Happy New Year, everyone. Regular season fantasy football is over. The payouts are processing. And if you're really a fantasy football sicko, you do not want the sweat to end. I certainly do not want the sweat to end. So we're going to be getting back into it today with some playoff best ball fantasy football tips, tricks, tools, all the ways that we are going to win playoff best ball fantasy football in 2025. Let's get after it.
It's Short King Summer, dude. It just feels like no one in fantasy sports ever learns anything. Does he mistime it, or is Brock Bowers just a grown man? Brock Bowers is just a grown man. Dare I say, Rich, football might be back. In the words of Lane Johnson, this offense looks constipated. It's Short King Summer.
GM, everyone. Blue-Eyed Bandit is here. He's not a quitter. GM, Johnny. GM, Tyler. Look, I know, it's National Hangover Day. They're tucked all safe and warm in their beds. Not us, guys. We are not tucked safe, warm in our beds. We know that there is money to be made in these streets. We are going to be drafting playoff best ball drafts today. Got the Legendary Upside Sidekick pulled up. We are we're going to be getting after it, and I'm gonna talk about a couple things throughout the course of the video today. One being the title of the video is actually on YouTube. It is I regret not using these playoff best ball strategies earlier, and honestly, the biggest regret that I have is not taking advantage of the Chiefs when everyone thought they sucked. You know what I'm saying? When everyone thought the Chiefs were bad, I kind of thought the Chiefs were bad too. And I really regret that. I think it should have just been so obvious that the Kansas City Chiefs were going to find their way, that Mahomes was a third round pick in the mitten. Sometimes you could get him in the fourth round in the first mitten. It feels so insanely obvious that the Chiefs are going to be the most important team in playoff best ball. They just are going to be the most important team. And of all the people who should have known that, probably should have been me. Probably should have been me. Cheers to you, Nick. Oh, buddy, Javon Baker. Man, I know it's like not me being like, you know what? It's time to draft some Charger stacks. Dosh, I hope you're in the BR streets, buddy. I hope you're grinding. And by the way, the sidekick now, you guys can see, agrees with me. You're on the clock here. You take. Look at this. Barkley's all the way down as a second round pick. And I agree. It just could not be any more obvious that this is optimal. The Chiefs are going to have 24 days of rest before they have to play a playoff game. 24 days of rest. I mean, that is crazy, dude. That is so much. And they're an old team. That is an old team. And look at this now. And I'm actually going to take Barkley over St. Brown, and we will get into, we've got a lot of time left to talk in this video about why I did that. I mean, I guess I can just say it right now. Another thing I regret is treating the Lions' defensive injuries. 22 players on the season-ending IR. No other team in the playoffs, I believe, has more than 14 players on the IR. And they are the only team in football, other than the Cleveland Browns, with more than 15 players who are out, PUP, IR, however you would like to say that. I regret. I think the Eagles are actually probably the best team in the NFC, and the reason why we don't think of them as being the best team in the NFC is because of that horrendous playoff loss to the Buccaneers last year. Can we even be mad at a team losing to the Buccaneers? Or are we, are we? And here's another thing I disagree. I think you go Worthy over Kelsey like 10 times out of 10, honestly, because the room will let Kelsey fall, the room never lets Worthy fall anymore. Like the NFC team, like I don't know, let's look at the draft board. Like this team right here could maybe sometimes should even take Worthy over Devonta. Yeah, see, exactly. I did a Chargers win the Super Bowl video. It's just they have like no good players on offense. Absolutely none. Exactly, dude. And see, look, exactly. Now, we're not going to be able to get Hurts, obviously. Kyren is still on the board. I'm actually going to take Puka here. And the reason why I'm going to take Puka is it's harder. It's more expensive. So corresponding thing here is now that the Chiefs are so expensive, you can't really take Vikings pieces with them. You might not even want Vikings pieces with them. So I think you need to be mixing in some of these really high upside guys. The Puka Nakuas, the Mike Evans, the Ladd McConkeys, Terry McLaurin's. Like, I think these guys are pretty important to be mixing in with the Chiefs because it's just gonna be hard to advance Chiefs teams. The regret is that I didn't draft Chiefs harder. The number one regret is that I didn't draft Chiefs harder. And this was smart. Look, you guys see how that worked out? I disincentivized everyone else from taking Kyren by taking Puka first. Kyren came all the way around to me. And Hunt is still on the board. Hopkins is still on the board. Hollywood's still on the board. Who does the guy behind me have any Chiefs? No, he's super disincentivized to take a Chief. So I definitely leave the Chief. I'm very woke to the Vikings winning the NFC. The way that the Lions defense has fallen apart is just really opening it all up for the Vikings. And there we go. And now we're going to be able to take Hollywood. And then we actually, a thing I disagree with the market about is I don't really care which Chiefs running back I get. Pacheco can help me win in the Super Bowl. Hunt can help me win in the Super Bowl. P. Ryan can help me win in the Super Bowl. I mean, you guys are going to laugh about P. Ryan helping me win in the Super Bowl. Totally respectable game logs. 27 receptions, 309 yards, and a touchdown. You know, that's no different from a McCall Hardman stat line or whatever. Ended up with way too much of that guy in best ball, by the way. Yeah, now Pacheco getting healthy and smashing in the conference championship game, I agree. That's fairly obvious. I think the Houston Texans are gonna sign Zeke. That is my realistic, non-facetious opinion. I just realized no one's gonna watch this stream because it's 9:00 Central Time on National Hangover Day. But I am going to go to the gym today, later, and I'm going to do Rich Piana's 8-hour arm day. And I was like, well, I want to work today because it's 2025. I want to work. It's like, I'm not going to start my year off being a loser. So I was like, if I'm going to stream, I'm going to have to stream early. So we're streaming early. And there we go, Nick. Get after it, boss. Yeah, you ever had this thought? Easy saying he woke up in a cold sweat wondering if these candy ass dome teams can make the Super Bowl. You ever thought about it? And look at this, Hopkins is going to come all the way back around. I wonder on this team. I actually, you know what? Kareem Hunt makes more sense for this team. Because you don't want to have to rely on the Rams to make the Super Bowl. We'd be fine, obviously, with the Eagles making the Super Bowl, but a Rams, well, You could actually convince me either way on that one. You could convince me Hopkins. You could convince me Hunt. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, we might as well make it 5. We might as well take, because we don't have any other bye week guys. So we might as well take Hopkins. They can't stop us. Hopkins really falling in ADP, which I think is correct, by the way. It's not actually 8 hours. The Rich Piana 8-hour arm workout is not actually 8 hours. That includes like the eating before and stuff. And I'm gonna cut the rest time in half. I'm about to go. I'm gonna oh, Bobby Ray-Bans, you cutting hair today, man? You cutting hair today, Bobby? Thank you, dude. Bobby had a sick finish, 57th in the DraftKings Millie last night. King shit. Nick is at the gym right now. There you go. Yeah, me and one of my buddies here. I was just texting him last night. I was just asking him if he was training today at all. He was like, 8-hour arm workout. And I was like, all right, dude. So I had a big breakfast. I'm gonna fire a bunch of caffeine. What's your ideal team position makeups for these playoff pools? I think ideally you want, if you don't have a bye week quarterback, so if you don't have Mahomes, Goff, or Darnold, you want 1 quarterback, you want 3 running backs, and you want 6 wide receivers. If you have the 2 bye week quarterbacks, you would prefer it to be 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, and 6 wide receivers. But when it's Mahomes, I think you want one of Pacheco, Hunt, or P. Ryan. And when it's Goff, if you don't get Gibbs, yeah, Cooper Kupp, then Stafford, and then we can wrap this one up. Rich Piana Rip literally died from how many steroids he was on. Let's cut his hardest workout, rest time, and nap. Well, here's the deal. We're probably going to do a half-ass version of it. It's really just going to be an insane arm day. Just going to be arms pumped until they're about to fall off the body. Which is good way to start the year, in my opinion. Nice way to start the year. Matt Stafford. All right, there we go. First team drafted in 2025. Here you go. The first team drafted on the channel in 2025. Patrick Mahomes, Saquon Barkley, Xavier Worthy, Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams, Hollywood Brown, Kareem Hunt, DeAndre Hopkins, Cooper Kupp, and Matthew Stafford. Chiefs Rams, Chiefs Eagles, either way. Chiefs solely. Chiefs sole Super Bowl were cool. Although the likelihood of a Chiefs sole Super Bowl being the winning roster, that is like so low. Doesn't it feel? Like just having 5 Chiefs feels like that is a very low probability of being the winning team in one of these contests. But hey, you never know. Bobby usually takes the first week off. Cutting. Oh, man. Grinding. No time off. No time off. There we go. Wow. D-Mac, first draft of the year. All right. So it's funny, Nick. I don't think I will need the compression sleeves. I used to have an elbow issue. I used to have an elbow issue. I got it. Actually got it from a combination of lifting too much too often when I first started lifting and golfing. But I had like a very minor surgical cleanup on it, like super, like it literally was like an in and out, like I was back at home in 2 hours. And ever since it got better, I haven't. It's Austin. It wasn't tennis elbow. It literally so tennis elbow is on the inside, and mine was on the outside. They call it golfer's elbow. Wow, Lamar went first overall in this one. So don't say the room never gave you anything. There we go. Josh Allen at the 1-2. Don't say that no one has ever given you anything. Because I just got given something. And that is beautiful. I wonder if that will give me any unique combinations. Yes, yeah. When I'm golfing a lot, and I'm not a particularly good golfer. I don't have a particularly good form or swing or anything. So if I'm playing a lot, I will just get super sore. Not painful, but sore. I don't think Lamar over Allen is that sneaky, because if Allen gets to face the Bengals, he's putting up 40 fantasy points. That's the whole thing with the I think like you would think like, oh, Davis, if you're that high on the Chiefs, then you can't be taking Josh Allen at 1. Well, here's the deal. The outcomes where the Bills make the Super Bowl, not even win the Super Bowl, but make the Super Bowl, dude, you are going to need to have Josh Allen, because he is going to be going absolutely nuke. Like, he is going to be scoring like 30 fantasy points a game. Tyler, my handicap is not good. It's like I'm probably like a hard 16 right now. I've been in the 80s before, like many times. Like I probably played 10, no, probably more. Probably 10 rounds of my life in the 80s. This draft is very bizarre. Wow. A Josh Allen, Jahmyr Gibbs start? That's pretty fire. Josh Allen, Jahmyr Gibbs start is pretty fire. And everyone's kind of drafting in their lane. But the Henry St. Brown drafter, that's interesting. I don't think anyone's really made a mistake. I think sometimes Goff should fall like this. Been loving drafting the early Allen, then stacking Detroit, Minnesota. Yeah. No, you're definitely right about this. Okay, well, I'm not gonna take Kelsey. Yeah, I'm taking JMO here. 10 times out of 10. Actually. Oh. Well, okay. So if I take JMO here, it's gonna tilt this guy. But Devonta Smith is the best pick. I'm gonna take Devonta. But I did just gift Wally 0390 a super team. Watch what's going to happen to his team. If the Mahomes team does not take JMO, yeah, I put you in a bad spot, dude, by taking Devonta there. Yeah. So maybe the Mahomes drafter the Mahomes drafter took Kelsey. So now we have these two quarterbackless drafters. Chow 938. He's setting up to take Darnold, so he probably shouldn't take JMO. Oh my God, he took Goff. Okay, well, never mind. So what I thought was going to happen for this guy to turn was he was going to get to take Goff and JMO and then take Laporta all the way back around at 30 because he would have totally disincentivized everyone else from taking him. But now he's just screwed. You guys ready for this? Austin is asking, who do you like most of the Buffalo pass catchers? You guys ready for this? No one tell Liam. No one tell him. It's Dalton Kincaid. Kincaid is pretty clearly the best value of all the Bills pass catchers. Interesting. Sidekick does want me to take a third NFC team. This is literally exactly it. Kincaid gives you a floor of 5.4, which is pretty valuable. It's exactly it. He has a nice floor. I mean, the thing is with Josh Allen, guys, I'm probably about to take 6 Bills. Wow, and I can take Laporta? My God. I'm not going to take Laporta, though. I'm going to take Kyron. The floor killer, the Sidekick, is a tool that you can purchase for regular season and playoff best ball at legendaryupside.com. There's a link to that, I believe, in the description of this show. Yeah, the turn really almost did have a super team, and then this guy kind of ruined it for no reason. Oh, this guy is in jail. Why didn't he take Darnold? I guess. Oh man, he's having a bad time. I think I slightly lean. Damn, I thought I had another drink down here. It is optimized. They have settings for DraftKings and FanDuel, or DraftKings and Underdog. So if you're only drafting the contest on DraftKings, oh, my man is in Ontario. Tough. Where else can you play? Where can you play fantasy in Ontario? Or what sites can you? I might do half BBM6 with a Sidekick and half my way. I like. Oh yeah. I don't know if you can use it on drafters or not. I think probably not, but I can ask the guys about that for you. I will send a message to the guys. Yeah, the turn is all right, there we go. Sidekick wants me to take Hopkins. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take Dalton Kincaid. So right now we have got 2 Bills, 2 Rams. I'm not taking Sidekick. I need you to cease and desist on DeAndre Hopkins. It's not happening. We're going to take Ty Johnson. Wait, no. We'll take Ladd. I'll take Ladd. Ladd is a better playoff best ball pick right now than Hopkins. He might score more points in the 2 games he plays than DeAndre Hopkins in the 3 games that he could theoretically play. I mean, Hunter, here's the deal. If Travis Hunter has to be allowed to be drafted as a wide receiver in the big board. Have to. You can't, in the big board, you can't not have Travis Hunter in the pool. Tyrone Tracy was not in the big board pool last year. Isaac Urendo was not in the big board pool. Why pass on Goddard there? Because this team doesn't need, like, there's no difference between Goddard and Dawson Knox. And in fact, we would all probably rather have Knox than Goddard on a Josh team. Okay, Knox, this year scored 48.1 fantasy points. Dallas Goedert scored 75 on 2 touchdowns. I mean, it's just such a game of touchdowns. Yeah, they're gonna be 2025 winnings. The Chase Brown slide cost Bobby Ray-Bans $85K. That's sick shit, man. That is sick shit. All right, we will do Tim Patrick. That gives us another Detroit point for the Super Bowl. I think that... Oh, I didn't take Ty Johnson. How about that? I take Ladd McConkey. He comes all the way back around. It is... Better click the button. It is 7 out of 10 crazy. Because the Chargers don't have any good offensive players. They have Justin Herbert, they have Ladd McConkey, and they have a bunch of aggressive losers. I don't limit... Well, this is a very interesting question you just asked, sir. This is what I do. And this is just my philosophy. Other people do it a different way. But when I enter a contest, I enter every possible entry in that contest. So like I have not done any entries in the gauntlet because to max the gauntlet costs $3,750. It's like, could I max enter the gauntlet? Yeah, like I would not go broke. You know, I could move on. I could move on to the next day. Oh, he does mean this. How many you don't want more than 4? I kind of prefer to do 1 of one conference and then 2 of the other. Yes, sorry, that's on me. My brain is... New Year's Eve, I was up late last night. Yes, I think 4 is like kind of the max, and 3 is probably better. Do I feel like a cheater using the sidekick or real smart? Neither, really. Yeah, not particular. I don't even think of myself as a particularly smart person. And the sidekick, I mean, look, if you think this is cheating, you must not know what cheating looks like. Like a tool that is basically just highlighting the correlated pieces. I don't know. Yeah, like if you were an idiot, like a stone idiot, it'd still probably be pretty hard for you to win using a tool. Like, I think it's very similar to, like, you can sign up for the solver, but if you're just not very smart, you're probably not going to win any money. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. Maybe the yeah, I think it definitely levels the playing field for suboptimal players. The thing I like about tools, and sometimes people agree with this, sometimes they don't, is I still think sharp players are going to win more in the long run. It's also bad if you're really into a gambling game. So like if I was... The reason why No Limit Hold'em is so popular is that in a single hand, a single tournament, an hour of playing, 5-10 No Limit Hold'em, a bad player, like not a horrible player, not like a doesn't know the hands, doesn't know any of the rules player, but just a bad player, and like a really good player, the bad player can beat the really good player. Best ball is a lot like No Limit Hold'em. Nick, I think I disagree with this. It's just we're going to take Lamar here at 2. the thing that causes this to be such a dupe sport is there's only 5 roster spots and there's no tight end slot. If there was a tight end slot or if there was an extra roster spot, so if it was 6-man drafts, but you had to fill out quarterback, running back, 2 wide receivers and a tight end, or just an extra flex, if there was just 2 flexes instead of 1, then it would be less of a dupe game. Do I ever draft 3 to 5 teams at once? I mean, I think I've drafted like 20 teams at once before. I think that's the most I've ever done is like 20 at once. That feels right. Maybe, honestly, maybe more. Some people can do a lot of math. Some people are beautiful speakers. Some people are Olympic athletes. I was put on this earth to grind $5 drafts on the Underdog Fantasy app. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. Lamar and Zay Flowers. Yeah, I think... no, I'm going to take Justin Jefferson, actually. I'm taking Justin Jefferson over Zay Flowers. If you draft a 1 seed, how many first-round guys are you taking to get points? Well, you need 5. You have to have a quarterback, a running back, 2 wide receivers / tight ends, and a flex that are all playing. There we go. And that's why you take Jefferson, because you're going to get Flowers back around. Lamar, Jefferson, Flowers. Might be able to get Aaron Jones. We will definitely get another little mitten. Maybe even multiples. Hey, I appreciate you, Floor Killer. I appreciate you, man. Playoff best ball is harder to multi-draft. Yes. Yeah, you have to pay more attention. You know what's Jay? You know what's helpful? Is the star method. Oh, you take Jalen Hurts? Star all the Eagles. Winnings for the big best ball contest will probably start to come out tomorrow, January 2nd, Chad. Maybe even today. Yes. If you like this stream and you want to watch it without ads and you are a young, hip person, you can watch this show on Twitch for free with no ads. No ads on Twitch. Actually, I'm gonna take Mark Jones. I'm gonna take Aaron Jones over Mark Andrews because the Josh Allen drafter should really not ever take Mark Andrews. Don, are you not in the Discord because it hasn't linked, or are you not in the Discord because you just haven't done it? Because a couple of the guys from the Twitch Preem sub got in the Discord last night. No, like 4 nights ago actually. It just there's like a little latency, but it will refresh. No. Gene T's performance last night does not make me feel any different about him. I thought he was great in that game. The fumble, I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Sometimes the ball gets punched out. I thought Gene T was great. Boise State's they're in fucking Wyoming, man. They were playing Penn State. It is what it is. Does drafting a few teams with low probability Super Bowl matchups have benefits on cutting down on potential dupes? Well, I mean, that's on what you just asked seems like a simple question, but that is like a very math-based question. And the answer is the expected value of a Chargers Washington Commanders team is very low because the Super Bowl probability odds of those teams are very low. Now, the expected value of that team will be higher. Like, if you think about it like a distribution, the expected value of some of those teams are probably higher than some permutations of like 5-man Chiefs teams. Oh, Jordan Addison came all the way around, huh? All right. Kind of forgot what I was saying. So you might be able, if you did a Terry McLaurin, Jaden Daniels, Ladd McConkey, Brian Robinson Jr., Zach Ertz, Quentin Johnson team, and you got that to the... I'm going to take Mike Evans. And if you got that to the Super Bowl round, the expected value of that team would be very high. But the expected value of that team in the conference championship round, like let's say the Commanders and the Chargers both got there, the expected value of your team would still be really low, even if it was literally unique. Literally put a unique team, no one else on the site has it. The expected value would still be low. Don, you said, well, first off, Don, can you message me on Discord? If you just message me on Discord, I will invite you. I will get you figured out on that. I'm sorry that it's not working over on Twitch, but we will get it figured out. A Ginty Respecter. I think he's probably closer to generational than that. Really, it's not going to surprise me if he's better year one than Bijan at all. We're going to take Bucky and see if the room calls our bluff on Justice. Because we already have we have 2 Super Bowls covered, but it's awful nice when you don't have to care about which NFC team gets there. I don't believe 2 wildcard teams have ever faced off in the Super Bowl. Someone can fact check me on that, but in my memory, I don't believe there ever has been. Bobby, we did one. We did a sub best ball league last year. And I sent the winner $100. Actually, I haven't sent Rick. If you were listening to this, I've not sent you $100 yet. I pulled PayPal up in the middle of the stream the other day when you messaged me, and I forgot to send. So you can remind me of that. Yes. Yep. I think this is reasonable. I think it's fair to prefer him to Barkley, but below Saquon. I think that's very fair. Yes. The sub best ball league was pretty good content. There were a lot of guys doing bits back and forth past each other. Has a team ever gone on the road for the divisional, then hosted the conference championship game? That is above my pay grade. Guys, I gotta go get a fucking drink. I'm dying right here. I will I'm gonna make this pick. I'll literally be gone for 30 seconds. I'm thirstier than I thought. I was up too late last night. Hawkinson or Kolar? I guess we might as well make it Hawk. The max amount of number you can do is 4. It's just so hard to advance with a 0. Guys, I'll literally be right back. all the sodium from my big breakfast coming up at once. All right. That was a pretty sick team. Pretty good team. A full Baltimore, Minnesota Onslaught. That team would have been extra sick with Henry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can do 5 Chiefs. So you can take Mahomes, Hunt, Worthy, Kelsey, Gray. That's it. Yeah, it's true. There aren't enough bits in playoff basketball. I've said that. I'm not really taking a stand between Hunt or Pacheco. I think I honestly slightly prefer Hunt. Very slightly prefer Hunt. Not doing any total points. But I would actually, Chad, I would like the Chiefs way less in a total points format. I would like, Hunt, Pacheco, Worthy, Kelsey. I'd like all these guys. Not to say you would never take them because they have a greater opportunity to play. Well, dude, I mean, fuck, you just want Bills. You would just want a lot of Bills. Is the thing in that format, I think. I was in the lab. To be honest, this is actually one of the this is one of the good. Normally the vidIQ titles are terrible for football. They just don't vidIQ, like the AI whatever, just doesn't quite get fantasy football. But it did. I slightly messed with this one, but it basically gave me this one. The other ones are terrible though. Tyler Warren, he'll be like the tight end 9 maybe in the big board. Bills Vikings Super Bowl. Whose cursed fandom wins out more in a Bills Vikings Super Bowl? Both fans will just be convinced the entire time that they're going to lose. Yeah. Sorry to Nebergum in the 6 hole, but I'm just not going to get screwed on quarterback. I'm taking Goff. Coleman over Cooper. I think I agree with that. I like Kincaid this time. I like Kincaid. I am going to take Gibbs. The positional scarcity running back is just so high. I'm going to draft this one like the Lions win next week. Because I'm a coward and I don't want to draft a dead team worth $5. The quarterback starts are pretty bad. Now, a quarterback in the 3rd round or the 4th round, like you guys see these drafts where Goff really falls or Mahomes will just randomly fall. I don't think it's terrible to take 2 of the quarterbacks on those just because, like, there are just a lot of paths to where that can be unique. Like, what if Sam Darnold is what you need to advance Josh Allen or whatever? That's the thing. What if Allen or it's possible. It's definitely possible. I probably shouldn't say it's bad, but I don't think, because like you could also say, oh, there's loads of value. Because by the time we know who the 1 seed is between the Lions and the Vikings, this contest is going to be like closed. The Mitten 2 will almost assuredly be closed. So if you want to draft those teams, you're going to have to draft them in the gauntlet. But then in the gauntlet, a lot of other teams are going to have a better version of your teams because they got it at better prices. So there's always value in skating to where the puck is going versus to where the puck is at. I am not going to take Chiefs players on this one. I'm going to go, I think. Well, actually, I'm just going to take JMO and then see what happens. Yeah, like Allen Goff, I think is not great. When Darnold was a little bit cheaper and it looked like the Bills were maybe going to get the 1 seed, I took a couple Allen Darnolds. Matt, it's gonna be Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans. Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans are gonna be the stack you absolutely had to have. I'm going Ravens over Chiefs on this one just for the wild card round points. Yeah, it's gonna be Baker, Bucky, Evans. They're gonna score a bazillion points and a loss. Oh no. We have a phantom Kansas City penalty guy. It is cold as shit in Missouri. It is cold outside. I left to go get breakfast this morning and I went outside just in a hoodie. I was like, that's not gonna do it, man. It was like 15 degrees when I left this morning. Oh yeah. You could definitely see Daniels. Just I don't even know who they play, but just smashing. And not advancing. Yeah, I agree. God, I hope so, Harbs. I do think, hey, I am pretty sure I have more YouTube subscribers than Karain. So, you know, I've got one thing going for me. Sidekick wants Hollywood. Here's the deal, Sidekick. I'm not loving what you're throwing at me. And I mean, the Sidekick's obviously right because it just does not have a 100%. It just doesn't have the same buy. Like, I'm drafting this like the Lions get the buy. So we're just coming at it differently. Question, Davis. How do you recommend working a bankroll for normal best ball this year? Was my first. I scattered interest. No, I would say, like, let's say you have like $500 a month that you can put into best ball contests. I think you should do, you know, like one best ball mania week. Maybe you do 10 puppy entries. I think, you know, for kind of growing your bankroll, managing what you have going on, I think a good idea is just to enter a lot of the, I'm going to take Bucky Irving. I think entering the single entry contest, like the $50 single entry, they do. What was the $10 single entries called? The Golden or the Doodle? I think you should enter those. I definitely would not recommend just maxing contests. No. Yeah, like that's obviously something you get when you are like, oh, I watch these content creators. I watch Davis. I watch Peter Overzet. I watch Chess Liam, and they're just maxing all these contests, and they're just entering and entering and entering. Like, this is our jobs, you know. Like we have like we could like write off losses. Like it's just different. I don't know how much longer is this going to be my job. Yeah, no, definitely you do not have to max contests. Have you done drafts and compared drafts with the aid of the Sidekick without it? Yes, I have, because I do a lot of my drafting at the gym. I do a lot of my drafting on the treadmill. And let me tell you, when you get accustomed to just being able to look at the tool and be like, hey man, what's like the best pick I should make here? Or even like you see what it's giving me in terms of the teams. Like, it's okay, Hopkins is a Chief. It wants them because they're opposite the Lions and likely to be in the Super Bowl. Same with Hunt. It wants Evans because I already took Bucky and I don't have another NFC team, and it wants Likely. It's a real difficult. The first one when I get in without the tool, I have to really reorient myself. God, I don't know why, man. I'm like dying of dehydration. I'm not dying of dehydration, but I'm very thirsty. Ooh, tough. Who am I more likely to get sniped on? Patrick or likely? Probably Patrick. Yeah, there we go. See, that would be an example of something. I probably would not have picked that up. I probably would not have clicked Patrick. I probably would have clicked Justice Hill, actually. Well, Hunter is not going to go in the second round, even in the big board. Hunter will go, where will Hunter go? Hunter will be like a 9th round pick. But no, I will not be fading Gene T. You can put that on the record right now. You can put it in the newspaper. Davis Mattek will not be fading Ashton Gene T. Yes, I will. I'll be dumping an electrolyte packet in my water when I go to the gym this morning. But this has electrolytes in it. These bum energy drinks has sodium, magnesium, potassium in it. I like T-Mac more. Burden was a real disappointment, and I don't think it's all his fault. Obviously, I mean, it would be insane to think it was all Burden's fault. It was just like a weird season, but Luther Burden, man, are you guys gonna watch if I do Dynasty content? Because I'm about to start pivoting. We're about to start doing Dynasty content on the channel, and I really hope that you guys watch. Oh yeah, we need Baker. So Luther Burden. I know who I am, Crutches. I know what I'm about. It's gotta be, well, does it have to be Kareem Hunt? Shouldn't it be Justice Hill? 1, 2, 3. Nimble. Sorry, man. Maybe Fareed will want me to maybe Fareed will want me to max the gauntlet for him. Oh, there we go. All right, so this is what I want to say about Luther Burden. Well, never mind. I thought I copied and pasted it. Luther Burden went from 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns to 600 yards and 4 touchdowns. Like, Luther, my boy, here we go. Luther Burden, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns. So I guess he had the 2 rushing touchdowns. And sure, Missouri was worse. They weren't that much worse, dude. Like, he got outproduced by Theo Wees. Theo Wees, boys. That ain't great. I think Crutches is almost. I think he literally has 20 left in the gauntlet. I think you're getting outworked by Crutches, brother. All right. The 1-3. This will be a Ravens super stack. All right, here we go. I just got the text. Arms soon. So maybe we won't be here that much longer. 8-hour arm day, bro. Next time you guys see me, I'm going to look like Rich Piana. Best Ball Explorer has it now on DraftKings, I believe. You have to upload your CSV, I think. So, 1 second. Let me do this Lamar pick. I like Texas. I like Cam Scatabo lowers. Quintravion Wisner hires. I did this earlier. I can tell you for real. Jeremiah Smith to score a touchdown. Melquan Stovall higher than 29.5 yards. Wow, a Lamar Gibbs start is hot, dude. That's got to be pretty unique. That cannot be happening all that often. Brent, seek help, bro. You need to... What do you mean you couldn't comment? Are comments not working on my videos? Something up, bro? There should be the setting is always that for the live chat only subscribers can message. Wouldn't give you the box. Well, maybe I did something wrong with the settings. Yes, yeah. I'll do at least one more. Yeah, this start is really good. Don't land the plane. Land the plane. You gotta land the plane. Landing the plane on a Goff, no. A Lamar, Gibbs, Flowers, start. Nolan says it's fine, bro. Puka, huh? Is there any reason for these guys? Big time reason for the Hurts guy to take Kyron. Yeah. Yes, that is in fact what this does mean. Underdog pays the bills. No DK drafts. Sorry, boys. Maybe if this channel had 109,000 subscribers and I could just like shit gold bricks in a video, we could do DraftKings. Liam will probably do some DK playoff best ball. Or the guys at the Fantasy Sanctuary. They might as well. Yeah, that was idiotic of me. I should have taken Kyron first. Well, I'm kind of surprised by that as well. I'm kind of surprised by that as well, that it's not Laporta over Puka. I'll probably do, I don't know. I'll probably do 25 or so DK drafts. Leg Up did some DK drafts on their Monday stream. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I think Legendary Upside's deal with Underdog is different. They don't have. I have like an exclusive deal. Like I can't work with any other gaming operators, which is fine by me, to be honest. I could see that being a limiting factor for some content creators and some of what they want to do. Like some of these content creators do like Prize Picks and these other places that with the heavy affiliate deals, but that's just not really me, man. Yeah, I know. Everyone likes Arizona State. Arizona State is gonna get ran today. Here's the deal. I don't want to take a Chief. Let's do I've not done very many of these yet. Let's take some Commanders. I had another where Tyler, if you're still here, there was another one I liked. I'm looking at my menu right now. Oh, Jeremiah Smith, anytime touchdown as well in Oregon, Ohio State. Let me make this pick and I will tell you. So the thing is, I just need an NFC running back more than I want a Chief. Jeremiah Smith touchdown. If I had to pick every game, I would pick Texas minus 13. I would pick Oregon plus 2.5, and I would pick Notre Dame plus 1. Degree of confidence on Ohio State, Oregon could not be lower. Very, very low degrees of confidence there. I think that game is a true coin flip. The other ones, I think, are the Texas highest probability. Arizona State is just outmatched. Arizona State is outmatched anyway, and they don't have their best wide receiver. Jordan Tyson is out. I don't know, man. That is a tough spot. I mean, obviously Georgia has 5-star kids, on the bench. So I'm not saying that Georgia's going to get ran out of the building or whatever. I like Saber. Yeah, I like it a good bit. I think there's like a steeper learning curve, but I like it. I think I have not fully applied myself to learning all the ins and the outs. So I will probably I just need to do that more. Maybe we'll try and use it for the first time this Sunday morning on stream. Week 18. Bring it on. Let me check. Let's see if our friends over at Unabated have any big plays for college football. They might not. I mean, it's the day of. There might be no winners. Unabated. Biggest edge play on Unabated. is lower passing completions for Sam Levitt. They don't have anything for his rushing. Gotta be Justice Hill. Biggest best ball lessons? Like anything in gambling, a lot of variance. Rookie wide receivers are pretty much the building blocks of the game. And in a year where only wide receivers get injured and no running backs get injured, I am never going to be eligible for first place. And that's okay. Yeah, people are saying this will be the year that I chase Karain, in the sense that I do have more YouTube subscribers. So stay woke. Yeah, QB rushing yards in college is insane to try and project. I mean, regardless, you will be hitting chalk in the finals. There's just no way around it. These contests are massive. They're huge fantasy football contests. And that just is, that's all there is to it. It's a dupe-based game. It's a lot like playing Showdown. Sure. Jalen McMillan. Yes, this is very insightful. You do avoid chalk with the double buys. Yeah. Very true. Where's my man? All right. I'm going to go hop in another draft, my guy. Bang, bada bing, bada boom. Did I do it right? Did I go too slow? Did I get you? Did I mess you up? Wow. A GM from Twitch, bro. That's how I know you're real. This almost never happens, but I think my wife and both of my dogs are back asleep upstairs. That's your New Year's miracle. Sorry, boss. We do our best around here. You know what? I never thought we'd be here. But I think the channel for best ball this upcoming year, not for big board and shit, but I think it's going to be big enough that I'm going to have to do what Pete does, and I'm going to have to alert people in the Discord before I enter a draft. I'm going to have to hide the screen. I'm not going to take Jahmyr Gibbs over Jalen Hurts. And then alert people in the Discord, which is fine, obviously. I didn't. Well, I have done some here. This is my big one. Lower 21.5 fantasy points for Skatibo. It's got to be Skatibo, right? Contravian Wisner higher than 19.5 fantasy points. Gunnar Helm higher than 48.5 receiving yards. There you go. Stat ATL will be live at 4 p.m. Eastern on the 1 Week Season channel, ripping best ball drafts. I will not be there. I will be babysitting my little niece and nephew tonight. But I wish everyone a happy new year. And if you guys want to go check out some more playoff best ball, go check out the 1 Week Season channel. How many YouTube subscribers did they have? They never show up on my vidIQ stuff. 1 Week Season never shows up on my like my competitors list. I wonder why that is. I guess maybe we're not competing for the same people. Oh, please. Barkley drafter. Don't take. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, it's Kevin. Easy. There we go. Am I surprised the Bowers is not on the PBM winner? No, because he only scored 14 points in the final week. I mean, that's just how it goes. You know, you can get to the final, but you got to get the points in the final, man. But a Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown mega stack. The Ravens, the Eagles, and the Bills. I mean, they're just the teams that just feel the coziest because you're like, dude, I can get 40 points from Jalen Hurts. I can. Oh yeah. In half PPR, Bauer scored 11.2. I mean, that's just, that's a Noah Fant ass score in the finals. 7,600 subscribers for the 1 week season. Kelsey, huh? Oh, I'm taking Worthy. Looks like the live videos get a lot of views. I don't love his thumbnails. I don't love Jam to Win's thumbnails. Man. Rest in peace, Rushy Rice. Which, by the way, not to say that my thumbnails are all that good either. That was not my intention to say that his are bad and mine are really good. But I just don't love them. Goff stacks plus Jaden stacks. For sure. Yes. I mean, and Jade, I mean, dude, if Jaden gets 2 games, oof. You want to talk about something that could fuck up advance rates? It'd be the Commanders playing 2 high-scoring games in the playoffs. Commanders get a win in the first round, and then they lose in the second round, but they score a shit ton of points. Nah, dude, we're taking Kyron. Dude, sacrilegious, get out of here telling me to take Isaiah Pacheco. I need the points. I got to get my $3 back. No gauntlets. I told you guys I had to win the puppy to do the gauntlet. I probably will do some gauntlet. Well, would I rather do a gauntlet or would I rather do like 2 big mitten entries? I might rather do 2 big mitten entries, honestly. Would I rather do 25 gauntlets or max enter the big mitten? I think the new move is just to take Mahomes at 4. That's my opinion. Yeah, we're going to take Pacheco. I don't care. That's the deal. Because playoff best ball is such a game of variance where these theoretical teams that you're worried about that have the nuts, that have player combinations that you never had access to, you just are not going to be able to. So many of them are just going to get eliminated. Yes, I'm not saying you should never, like, I think, because also Crutches, the deal is like, for you, because you're gonna draft 500 teams, it's a very good idea for you to push stuff as much as possible. Shit, dude. Shit, I got screwed here. You, like, people who are drafting 300 teams, 400 teams, they should be pushing stuff as much as possible and trying to find as many weird combos as possible. But, like, if you are playing 50 entries and you're a little bit more risk averse and you want to have a sweat and you don't want to have 0 teams, I think pushing it obviously becomes less viable, or not less viable, but less desirable. All right, so why did I take McConkey there instead of a Chief? Because I need some points, baby. I need those wild card points, and I knew a Chief was going to come back around. Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts. You love to see it. What would an over-under be for Lions-Bengals Super Bowl? 57, I think. Lions-Vikings is 57. But yeah, off the top of my head, theoretical Lions-Bengals Super Bowl is a 57. Kind of an interesting new wrinkle here in the market where people are back in on the Chargers. Chargers used to be a back stack. Now the Steelers are back to being the parachute. It's so funny to see how the market reacts to, like, oh dude, you beat the Patriots. If McConkey scored 2 touchdowns against the Patriots, you're great player. Just very funny. I mean, Dobbins is definitely the right pick here, but the team is kind of dead to what I wanted it to be without Gainwell. Yes, the Steelers will never score points again. It's true. I have heard that. And it'll be so funny, you know, obviously if the Steelers have a good game in week 18, we'll all be back. I mean, yes, the point is not that McConkey is a bad player. McConkey is a really, really good player. The point is just that the market is just super overreacting to these very obvious things that were always going to happen. They're just double counting it when it does happen. Like, everyone's like, including me, by the way. No, we're actually not going to. This game so fun. We're actually not going to take Cooper Kupp. We're going to take Grant Calcaterra for math reasons. The nuts is heavy Eagles and then blame Eagles fans when they get eliminated. Yeah, Pickens in the 9th is really good. Sure, McConkey is better in PPR, but it's just, again, that's like kind of it's not really the way playoff fantasy works. The results are kind of more binary than that. It's more of a probability-based game than like an outlier player-based game. Like, Jake Ferguson was who you needed in round 1 last year. But Jake Ferguson, I would guess, probably not on very many of the Jake Ferguson was probably not on very many parts of the teams that like chopped the gauntlet. All right. We've got a Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown. Oh shit. Oh no, I can find that. I love that. And in BRs, you can't go back and find the team. There you go. Stat ATL won the mitten last year. No Ferguson. There you have it. GM, my Twitch boys. There you go. Drafted your first Chiefs Viking. Yes, when you get robbed of Mahomes, that's what you got to do. Love that. Love that Darnold pick. Okay, so we did Hurts, AJ Brown, and Calc as our Eagles, with potential Super Bowls with Worthy, Pacheco, and Hopkins, or Dobbins, QJ, and Ladd. This is a great thing, actually, about the internet, is that you can just see that things like this are not true. So I really like this tool over at Fantasy Life. Ladd McConkey on the season has 22% of the end zone targets for his team. That's a lot of that's not even red zone targets, that's just end zone targets. That is a lot of end zone targets. So shout out Ladd McConkey. Harbs won the DK contest last year. No Ferguson. There you go. A lot of winners in the chat. A lot of winners in the chat in the new year. It's 2025 and will this be the only stream in 2025 that has had the winner of the Mitten and the DraftKings contest in it? I think so. The Mitten 2. Is it more important to try and draft the 2 teams you think will make the Super Bowl? Yes. Yes, Drew Shady. That is in fact the only thing we're doing here, really. Really all we're doing is trying to find the teams that will be in the Super Bowl. Like, if I could give you 2 lists. I could give you 2 lists right now. The first list would be the highest scoring players in fantasy. So I would give you only a list of fantasy points. I wouldn't tell you how many games they played. I wouldn't tell you who they played them against. I wouldn't give you the bracket. I wouldn't give you anything. But all I would give you is the fantasy points. That's column A. Column 2, I will give you the Super Bowl matchup. Those are the 2 you could choose: column A, or option 1, option 2. Option 1, the 20 highest scoring players total in the playoffs. Option 2, I give you the exact Super Bowl matchup. Column A and column 2. That is classic Davis Mattek. You would take option 2. You would take option 2, and as Stat ATL says, it's not even close. It's not even close. You would want option 2 every time. And maybe that is like not the type of game you like to play. Like maybe you would prefer maybe that's just like FFPC playoff challenge. Maybe it would be a better game if all you care about is like who's gonna score, like who's like, oh, the people don't know that he's a really good player or whatever. Would you rather have the list of highest scoring players in the fantasy playoffs or the 2 Super Bowl teams? I think you would think that, Dylan, but I don't think you're right. I don't think you're right. I think you'd be able to guess. You would be able to guess, but you would not be able to do it with 100% accuracy. Now, first off, Crane, shady, sacrilegious. I just disagree with this, that you would want Zay Flowers over AJ Brown. I just disagree with that. So I don't know if that is a sidekick thing, and I don't know if that is a rankings thing. I don't know who I need to take umbrage with. But because you can basically get Flowers around here, you can get Flowers at 14 with basically 100% accuracy. You should always take the high-scoring NFC piece here, I think. I think you should take St. Brown, Gibbs, Jefferson, Devonta, whoever. I think you should always take that player at 11 when you have Lamar. 10 times out of 10. If you were required to start every playoff best ball draft with the same first and second round picks, which combo would you choose to draft of? Patrick Mahomes and an Eagle. I would say Mahomes and an Eagle, AJ Brown or Barkley. Yeah, every time. And you could even conceivably do that, right? You actually could do that. You could take Mahomes every time and then get an Eagle with like 50% frequency. Top scorer for each position and then bunch of Super Bowl matchups around it, sure. Aaron Jones with Lamar, huh? Yeah, I like that. Sidekick knows ball. Yes, the Allen drafter should basically never take Flowers, and you should be able to get him 100%. Yeah, Dynasty content will basically be starting next week. Do I think this playoff format carries more or less? Oh, wait, like this Coolers, this is more like Showdown in terms of worrying about the dupes. But it's less like Showdown in the sense that, by the way, someone's going to get a gift with this Kyron pick. It's less like Showdown in the sense of being concerned about the dupes. You just have to understand it's part of the game. But the dupe risk is like 10x what it is in main BR, maybe more. Yes, but that's why you do stuff like this. It's why you take Justin Watson and Juju Smith-Schuster and Dontavian Wicks and Nelson Aguilar. Yeah, Crutches is right. I don't think it is that weak of a Super Bowl because why can't Keaton Mitchell contribute? Like, it's like likely, I think that might be, Jake, I think you might be too zoomed in on the chart. Tokyo Swan has the Rams making a run for no reason at all. Yes, exactly. Hardman, well, you guys want to, you know what's funny, dude? You're looking at a guy who was like 10x the field on Hardman and even had Hardman in a final. I'm not going to go pull it up again. I had Hardman in the Summit final, but it was on a non-CMC team. So I didn't have the shipper, but I'm not gonna go pull it back up. Juju's not gonna play this week, I don't think. You know who is? Here's your guys' Week 18 NFL DFS Alpha. You're literally not gonna hear this guy's name mentioned on another channel. I'll give it to you guys right now. An hour and a half into this video, Nico Remigio is gonna be in the Week 18 Millie Maker lineup. Yeah, James Bean knows ball. Huh. So I hate all of these options. It's Hawkinson. It's a weird spot. Well, Jennings was in the optimal last week, bro, or last year, and Jennings was part of a chop as well. No, I need an NFC running back. We're going back to the Bucky well. I do too, just because I would be kind of interested. I would just be kind of interested what that would look like to see him play a real NFL game and not a preseason game. It'd be kind of interesting. Bro, you don't know about Nico Remigio? Nico Remigio is like a literal legend in Kansas City, dude. People love talking about this guy. He is the special teams coordinator, Dave Taub. How would you say it? Toub? Taub? It's like his favorite player. He's been trying to get Andy to activate him onto the 53-man roster for the whole season. By the way, the 8-hour arm workout got canceled. My buddies are hungover. Yeah, likely is the easy pick here. God, Raven stacks are so overpowered. Ravens even more so than the Eagles. And the Ravens-Eagles stack is like mega overpowered. Yes, AJB and Devonta, the only Philadelphia wide receivers to be targeted in the last 2 weeks. Yes, yeah, exposures don't matter. Lineups are all that matter. Exactly. I mean, obviously, I was higher on Hardman relative to the market, but not high enough on him to take him on, every Mahomes team or whatever. By the way, what is McCole Hardman's injury status while we're here? Does it make sense to take another? It does. It does make sense to take another Raven. You just Giga stack the Ravens, and if they make the Super Bowl, if the Ravens score 27 points a game in the playoffs and make the Super Bowl, this lineup will get there, and it will be drawing live. That's all you can ask for. Rick, I didn't send you your money for winning. I did not send you your money for winning the listener league, the viewer league, the Discord league. You're just, if I don't send it to you tomorrow, please remind me. You're not being a dick to remind me. I had it pulled up, but you messaged me when I was on stream, and then I forgot. And if I mess it up, if I go do it right now, I'm not going to be able to talk and draft at the same time. So the slowest rug pull possible. Hardman is a great lesson on unique players. My boy Dowens chopped the mitten 3 last year. If Watson had been Hardman, he would have solo shipped 25K. There you go. If the Ravens or Vikings make the Super Bowl, Jake is maxing BBM next year. Definitely no one is going to outwork me for like the next 3 weeks. For sure, I'll work really hard for 3 weeks. What's the deal with Kolar not limited in return to practice? You know what? Here we go. That's actually an example of a guy who's super unique. Charlie Collar has been on the IR this whole time. He's not even ranked. I bet he's not even in the sidekick stuff, which is like not to say that that's Karane's fault or whatever, but I just bet he's not. That is a unique piece. I don't even know if he was a good pick, but I do know he's unique. I do know that is very unique. All right. I'm gonna 20K subs by the end of 2025. I don't think so. Very little month. I've got a couple Josh Oliver clicks. A couple. Not a ton. A couple. No CJ Ham. I do have some acres. And yeah, I can see this sentence being said in the in the Deposit Kingdom Discord. Someone in the Deposit Kingdom Discord is gonna say it was always Patrick Ricard, bro. But if I'm not doing arms until later, we can just keep drafting. $300+ orders. It'll definitely be less than a good number. Dude, why does the Chipotle app not do a Chipotle Wrapped? Chipotle Wrapped would go fucking hard. Chipotle Wrapped would go, oh my god. Yes, Anthony Miller got his first catch since 2021 last week for the Ravens. I think he's mostly playing special teams only. And when Nelson Aguilar returns from this injury, he will either get cut or revert to the practice squad. The only reason Miller is playing, oh, we got a 106. What do you do when you get the 106 in the new QB meta? It's hard to say. In my opinion, the two Super Bowl teams are the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. At the Davis Mattek Sportsbook, that is plus 195. I think the Eagles are like pretty clearly the best team in the NFC. People just don't like Jalen Hurts. You don't have to agree with me. You could probably disagree with me, but that is my opinion. I think the Eagles are much better. I think the Eagles are better at every position than the Lions. Like literally every positional group, I think is better. We'll do Mahomes. All right, let's try and do it. Let's try and do a weird one. Let's draft this one like the Vikings are the 1 seed. Hey, I like the Vikings. But Dylan, this is not fair. Sure. Laporte is better than Goddard. But Calcaterra is better than Brock Wright. Calcaterra is much better than Brock Wright. Okay, there you go. Dan Campbell, 10 times better of a coach. That is a huge edge. You're right. It's very fair. Dan Campbell, much better coach than Nick Sirianni. Obviously, I am biased. You guys have to remember, everyone has their biases. This is my Oklahoma University football helmet. This is my statue of Sam Bradford. I'm not an unbiased observer on Jalen Hurts, so everyone has to be aware of their biases. You know. But I'm a big Jalen Hurts guy. Do we know the percentage of people who win playoff best ball who draft before playoff seeding? Maybe it's actually better to wait. My opinion, and I think this is echoed by Karane and by Sacrilegious, is that every week, maybe even every day, kind of has its own informational and ADP advantages. So the move is just to draft a little bit the whole time. You draft 2 a day, 3 a day, 1 a day, 1 every other day. If you're like, just kind of based on whatever your budget and needs are. Yes, the Lions do have the best 4th string running back in the NFL, and people shouldn't forget that. They definitely shouldn't. Well, thank you for joining us, Adam. Okay. Oh, you definitely do Aaron Jones, and you definitely do Worthy. This is going to end up being a Buccaneers team, I think, just for the points. What combos were chalky early on, but are no longer available? I mean, well, first off, you used to be able to get Mahomes in the 3rd round. Lamar and Henry is a little bit less possible now. I mean, how about this? You used to be able to get Jalen and AJB here all the time. Luckily enough for you, Jimba, which is a great name. I actually do know the answer for this. Normally you'd ask this in a YouTube chat and no one would know this. I actually do know the answer. They fucked up a Pick'em promo where you were supposed to get 10% of your entries into Pick'em back, and they accidentally gave everyone 100% of their entries back. And then when they realized their mistake, they took the money away. See, this feeds back on itself. The reason why I interrupt people so much, I mean, one, I love to fucking hear myself talk, but I also I interrupt because I get so used to talking. The only one who gets to chat is me. No one can interrupt me on my own show. To be honest, Burgundy Bets, I'm turning into a full normie this week with Battle Royale, where I actually with week 18 Battle Royale, I'm gonna wait until the projections come out. I'm gonna wait until my friends Michael Leone and John Daigle and Jack Miller and Mark Dankenberg have all done. Jesus Christ, Davis. Oh, you absolute nonce. You guys see what I did? Because I was fucking yapping. I took Darnold. You see, I was like, oh, dude, draft this like the Vikings get the 1 seed. I'm such an idiot. No. That's the thing. That's the thing that's funny. I knew they weren't. It's all formula based. I don't even know what nonce actually means. I just know it's just a thing British people say. A lot of the podcasts, this is very inside, not inside baseball, inside Mattek. A lot of the podcasts I listen to are done by so they're done by British people. I mean I never knew what that meant, but I listen to like a lot of like soccer podcasts and history podcasts, and they're done by British people. Mike Leone basically said the Underdog Battle Royale rankings that are published are not hand-checked. It's a formula. So like whenever you go to establishtheRun.com/BR rankings or whatever, No one hand checked those. No one ranked them. It's all formula based on the projection. There's a value over replacement formula. It's not hand set. Do you think it's dumb to take Bucks with Vikings if the Buccaneers win Week 18 and the Rams lose to the Seahawks with the I didn't follow that. Sorry, dude. My brain did not follow that. Need a running back. Sure, I guess. This team is dead if Minnesota wins next week anyway. Yes. I agree. I that's why it didn't surprise me, because what you expect ETR to do to take their data scientists and have them do rankings for a contest that pays $30,000 to first place every week? Probably not. That was not particularly surprising to me. No. Why are the Rams sitting their starters? Wouldn't they rather play Washington than Detroit, Minnesota? That is just not really what Dan Campbell, or not Dan Campbell. That's not. So Dan Campbell is all about playing his starters. Sean McVay, he rests his guys. That's always what he's done. In fact, I think I read yesterday that Blake Corum might even rest. Michael is starting to draft some playoff best ball teams today. Are people drafting the Vikings like they're making the conference championship or Super Bowl? If they are a 5 seed, could see them losing before then. Well, look, man, we all might be dead tomorrow, right? The Vikings, I believe, are 4th in Super Bowl odds. What actually are the odds? The futures table is dead for this week over on Unabated. FanDuel NFL futures. FanDuel's prices should be fine. Right now, the Minnesota Vikings are 6th in Super Bowl odds. That sounds about right to me. Well, I really hope Detroit wins this week. Not a sentence I ever thought I would say. And we need another Chief. So we take Hopkins, and then who does the sidekick want? It should not want Noah Gray. Should it? No, I guess it does. Actually, if we take Likely, that gives us another Super Bowl. There we go. All right, I did mess that one up. Exactly. Yes, they do shit like this. Sean McVay will rest anyone. It does also lower the Rams' odds of hosting the conference championship. Yeah. No, that's true. Yes, I believe everyone on the website was complaining about this yesterday. I would need crutches and easy to confirm, but I believe literally everyone on UD was complaining about this yesterday, and they are aware of it. Oh, it was just laggy yesterday. Then I don't know. I have not been getting the verification error either, and I think that's right. I think it is usually when you open a new tab. All right, we got the 5 spot here. Yes, I'm actually, so it's very funny. Chrome, you guys might not know this. Chrome is the biggest shitbox in internet exploration. Like, everyone who knows anything about tech or the internet or memory or anything about computers knows that Chrome is the biggest wasteful shithole on the internet. It's terrible relative to every other internet browser. Like, truly awful. But the reason why I use it is because you guys see this little bar up here? Like, it shows like fantasy football podcast. It has the star. It's got my sidekick. It's got the draft cat. Like, you guys can see my actual screen. It's because the sidekick only works in Firefox because of actually Chrome being a piece of shit and not verifying the sidekick. But Firefox, I never get the error. I never get the verification error. All right, well, I think we're gonna do Mahomes at the 1.5. Right? Yeah, Mahomes at the 1.5. So the browser, yeah, Mahomes is just too easy. The browser I used to use, I can't even take Mahomes at the 1.5. You know what? Let's try one thing. We're going to try one weirdo thing. All right? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yes. Yeah, playoff best ball at night is nuts. Okay. Watch what we're about to do. I was about to say I'll give $5 to someone in the chat who can guess what I'm about to do, but I'm not going to give anyone $5. But I am going to try one weirdo non-sidekick approved, non-plus EV team. Basically, if the Eagles are 7-1 to win the Super Bowl, the Ravens are 6.5 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. Actually, better way to say it. If the Vikings are plus 360 to win the NFC, the Eagles are plus 320 to win the NFC. The Ravens are plus 310 to win the AFC Conference Championship. Then guess what? Sam Darnold should be a first-round pick. So there's no difference in these between Sam Darnold and Jared Goff. There just isn't. Yeah, sack knows ball. Sack knows ball. You guys might not like it. You might not like it, but this is actually good optimal drafting. Crutches knows it is true. There's just the only way you can say it's not true is if you are literally just saying because Sam Darnold has never done this before, he cannot do it. It's the only way. Yes, yeah, it's true. Now, here's the thing. Do I take Addison and push it? Do I take Addison and push it? I'm going to take Addison and push it. I'm going to take Addison and push it. And if Agent Smith, the PP44, or the parlay, the parlay is going to take him. If any of these guys takes him and punishes me, then it's going to become a Baker Mayfield team or a Justin Herbert team. Yes, if in playoff best ball, if in playoff best ball, it was just Minnesota QB1, Detroit QB1, Chiefs QB1, Baltimore QB1. Sam Darnold's going in the first round, man. I'm sorry. Sorry to break it to you, but that's true. I am also old enough to remember Rex Grossman making a Super Bowl. Yeah, Darnold has been awesome, man. And by the way, I am right about very few things in the grand scheme of the NFL. It's such a chaotic fucking league. I just wanted on the record that I knew Sam Darnold was going to excel. Or that not Darnold specifically, but just any quarterback was going to excel here. Nick Mullins, I was big on JJ. I liked all of them. I do want that on the record. Wow. And there you have it, folks. That is how you know ball. And you guys see what I did on top of that? We actually now can treat the Vikings like they don't get... We can treat the Vikings like they get to buy, and it doesn't matter because I waited. That is such a good start. Yeah, GG. Actually, the more important selection here is Bateman than Hawkinson. No, Montgomery does get drafted every time now, but normally not this early. Normally it would be more like 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that was what a scene that was. I don't think they extend him, Nick. I think they give him the franchise tag. I think you get a 1-year franchise tag. Yeah. I think you're pretty likely to see a franchise tag, which, by the way, I think Darnold would accept. I mean, maybe he wouldn't. Maybe his agent is doing the groundwork right now, and he knows that he could get a $180 million contract from the Titans or whatever. Well, he would. That's just that. Is that even possible? Has anyone done that? Vincent Jackson? Didn't Vincent Jackson sit out a bunch of games? I think JJ is going to be 100% recovered, though, even with the second procedure. Yeah, tag, but I mean, maybe this just maybe this is just me because I'm a broke boy. I think if I was Darnold, I might be pissed off to be traded if I was Sam Darnold. I think I would really not want to be tagged. I think I would want to get the Baker Mayfield contract if I was Sam Darnold. Yes. Now, Mike, this actually is a very good point. Sam Darnold knows exactly what it's like to be in a dust-ass team with a dust-ass coach and dust-ass wide receivers. You know, before this season, the guy with the most receptions from Sam Darnold, Robbie Anderson, was his number one wide receiver for the majority of it. Robbie Anderson and Jamison Crowder. I believe we don't have the luxury of Hawkinson here. We need an AFC wide receiver who's going to play. an AFC wide receiver who's going to play. I'm going to do likely. Darnold did have DJ Moore, and the offense that his offensive coordinator drew up for him was all screens to Robbie Anderson and Curtis Samuel. We have 1 Viking, 2 Viking, 3 Viking, 4 Viking. All right, we'll do Hawkinson. Yes, Robbie Chosen. My apologies. Yeah, I think this is true. I sort of believe that. I think Crutches. I now think Keaton Mitchell is the correct pick, the correct swerve Ravens pick. Yeah, Matt, you're not alone in this. You are not alone. All right, well, if the Minnesota Vikings don't make the Super Bowl, what can we do? Yeah, I think they're both clickable. If there's a world, yes, that is the only reason. Well, Ali is not banged up. I just don't think they think Ali is very good. But the thing with Keaton is like he's just now a year removed. He injured his knee on December 14th. He's just now a year removed from his surgery. So he's like just now getting healthy. I think, by the way, one of my most nuclear takes is that Justice Hill, with no injury, could just outscore Derrick Henry in the playoffs. If you think about it, like the Ravens are much more likely to be pushed in these games. The games where they've been pushed, Derrick Henry has been shit. Absolute shit. The games where you've wanted Henry have been the games when they're downhill the whole way. Like, I think the game script, it's going to be, if the Ravens win the Super Bowl or make the Super Bowl, it's probably 4 straight games of Justice Hill game scripts. It's not giving me any other quarterback, huh? So it's Baker or Stroud. I mean, I like Baker better. I just do. Yes. Yeah, this is true. And I assume he's better at pass blocking too, Rasheen Ali. If you draft the Lions 1-4, it looks good, but you have to thread the needle to advance. Yes, of course, this is true. Well, today I learned. I love to learn. How close is Cade Otton to being healthy? I guess we're taking Rachaad White. Every day I learn a new feature in the Legendary Upside Sidekick. Thank you. I love to learn. Learning is one of my life's passions. There we go. Well, I probably should have done that when I selected the Vikings to begin with, but that is a nice little team, I guess. Yeah, no, that's a nice team because it can get a Minnesota, Baltimore, Minnesota solo, or Minnesota Baltimore. That's fine. That is fine. How many do we got left here? 89 left in the mitten too. Hey man, you were in my YouTube chat, Tokyo Swan. You were in the YouTube chat all year, goading me. You're saying, Davis, you're a fucking idiot, man. You should have taken Barkley. You should have taken Henry. And I'm telling you right now, Tokyo Swan, you're an idiot. The Vikings are very, very live to make the Super Bowl. Super live. Way more live than you want to think they are. Just think about this, Mr. Swan. How would you feel if the Vikings just wipe the floor, just absolutely smoke the Lions this week? Like, it's not even competitive. Like, Hendon Hooker is coming in, handing off to Sion Vaki in the fourth quarter. How does that make you feel? You'd be like, dude, I gotta borrow money. I gotta go levered long. By the way, this is just very funny. I just got a comment on my most recent video that said my most recent video with Liam, and the comment was, boy did those guys really like to hear themselves talk. It's like, brother, what do you fucking think YouTube is? Yeah, my buddy texted me and said that he's hungover and he doesn't want to lift. So I'm like, whatever, we're still streaming. Cause now I can just lift whenever. All right. We will take Mahomes here. Then who are you? It's what are you only taking Eagles? Or are you taking Packers? If you think the Lions and the Vikings are frauds, who are you taking? Yes, yeah. The ones I really liked just locked. The ones I really like just locked, but let's see if we can cook something up for the next round. Oh no, we got another hour. We got another hour. I really like Contravian Wisner overs and Cam Scatabo lowers. Cam, it's no disrespect to Mr. Scatabo / Scatibo. God, doesn't this just feel like cheating? Doesn't taking Mahomes Barkley just feel like absolute cheating? Like, this shouldn't really be. I don't know. To me, man, that feels like the best possible start. I think this is the most don't drop the baby, land the plane start in playoff best ball. Got to get my timestamp here real quick. I guess I'm probably not quite as down on the Packers as everyone else. By the way, for my boy asking about the pick'em. What? How did Allaire screw me? They won and he didn't get 19.3 fantasy points, bro. I hate that. These are the ones I really like. Cam's, is it Scatabo or Scatibo? Lower than 21.5 fantasy points. Quinn Travion Wisner, higher than 19.5 fantasy points. Gunnar Helm, higher than 48.5 receiving yards. Come on, man. Drew Aller. No thanks, brother. Gonna skip Kelsey. We're gonna take Worthy. Skibbity toilet. That's what I heard. I also like the what's his name? I like Travion Henderson receiving yards. No, yes. Travion Henderson receiving yards. Travion Henderson, 23.5 receiving yards. Higher. I like. And Underdog also has Ryan Wingo. Ryan Wingo. Oh, shit. Puka went. That's who I wanted. I would kind of prefer an NFC wide receiver here, but it's Addison who's got like a decent chance of having the bye. You know, let's just take Kelsey. Doesn't matter. Yes, Jeremiah Smith, touchdown I like. And Ryan Wingo for Texas. I don't think he's Trey Wingo's son. Maybe he is, but he, I think, is going back to the bench today because Matthew Golden is healthy and Underdog has his touchdown. His negative touchdown multiplier at like 0.7x, which is like, it's not very sexy of a bet, but I don't even think he's hardly going to play. So Ryan Wingo lower than a 1 rushing and or 0.5 rushing and receiving touchdowns. Do they not have pick'em champions in Pennsylvania? I thought you guys had legal sports betting there. Yeah, this is a good Evan Stewart game. I like that. $227 of you absolute degens watching here on a beautiful Wednesday morning. Really is feeling like Saturday to me. Boy, is waking up tomorrow. Boy, I'm going to be very confused. Mike, you're a member. Are you in the Discord, boss? Have you got your stuff linked up? I feel like the linking of Discord between YouTube, the YouTube Discord link and the Twitch Discord link, I feel like it's very tenuous. Pick'em Champions is what I have, Matt. It's basically it's peer-to-peer sports wagering. They call it DFS Pick'em. Like it's a technicality. It's a total technicality. It's analogous to sports betting, but it's a different game of skill where you're playing against your opponents effectively. Actually, I guess it's not a technicality. I guess it is a DFS contest, but what do we got? Bucky. Yeah, we're gonna do Bucky here. We are getting woke to the Buccaneers. Well, if you were plus ROI on best ball, Pick'em Champions it's like, here, I'll show you. Like you see here in this left tab, like for me it's champions. There's okay, this is not the explanation, but basically it's a P2P game instead of a sports book. It's really all you need to know. It's very simple. The lines are mostly the same, but it is not exactly analogous. And they're actually, Underdog's actually pretty high on P2P gaming. Where do I think JMO's ADP is? Too high, probably, for me, JMC. He feels, doesn't JMO feel like the new Jalen Waddle? Kind of. More product. Well, actually, not even more production. Yeah, he feels like the 3.3 in Best Ball Mania 6. That's what he feels like to me. And probably a guy I won't have much of. Probably not a core building block for me. Okay, it wants me to take Hopkins. Am I missing anything big? What if I switch it to Minnesota getting the bye? Then who does it want me to take? Still wants me to take Hopkins. There we go. I got scared. I wanted more points. I wanted more points. That was probably stupid of me. Yeah, then you don't. I just assumed that in a legal sports betting state they would have it. But it's a total state by state thing. And I don't know the law there well enough. I hope so. I hope that BBMDB will be in, but I think probably not. I think if anything, Nick, what would happen with BBMDB is they would probably give him like more access, if that makes sense. Like they would like send him specific data or whatever, as opposed to yes, I think that is it. I think you do have to sync it on your computer. Maybe that's it. Someone help Mike. Because fuck. This is a big pressure point for me as a content person, is having to rely on these sites linking, and I can't really do anything about it. There will frequently be people who are YouTube members or Twitch members or whatever, and they can't get in the Discord. They're just not automatically added to it, and I don't really know why. Yeah, let's take Hopkins here. Yes, I do. Yeah. Hey, James, you are certainly. I'm a little bit more towards the city than you, but Happy New Year to you, my man. If I start with Hurts and can get James Cook or Devonta in round 2, is there a clear better choice? I basically go Devonta Smith with Hurts like 97% of the time. Yeah, like I just feel like you're gaining loads of projected Super Bowl points. Like James Cook can be outscored. I don't know. And it's just like also in obviously any good Devonta Smith game, Jalen Hurts is also having a good game. That's the other thing. No, I'm not taking. Maybe you could do this on DraftKings. You could take Pickett or Tanner McKee. I don't know. Yes, you have to go into Discord settings and go to connections. You have to. It is kind of a hassle. Actually, when I was setting up the it took me about an hour and a half to figure out how to set up from my end to connect Twitch to Discord. I couldn't figure it out, and I'm like a kid. I should be good at this, and I am not. Shout out to Chesterfield. Shout out to Washington, Missouri. Shout out to all my boys out there. We are truly living in one of the armpits of America, but can't change it. All right, we have got. This is actually kind of a shipper. Mahomes, Barkley, Worthy, Kelsey, Evans, Bucky, Kupp, Hopkins, Mayfield. So we've got for Super Bowl, Mahomes, Worthy, shit. Hopkins was a mistake. So the user interface is not bad. This is a different thing you're talking about. The user interface is not bad. The user interface is great. The thing that sucks about it is we are dealing what you and I would be called is we are called super users. And if you are a super user, it's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal as a super user. What is it giving me for advanced pieces? Not much. McMillan, Sutton, Rashad White. You know what? I'm actually not going to take an advancer. I'm going to try and thread the needle here. I'm going to take Kareem Hunt. And I'm going to say that Baker Mayfield, Saquon, Bucky, Evans, and Kupp get me enough points in round 1. Devontae, not Devonta. Yeah, I could see that being annoying if I were Devontae Smith to be saying that. I think that's one of those JMC where I frequently switch the pronunciations. Or I just say one thing and then say the other thing. I regret not using these playoff best ball strategies earlier. Devon A-Chain. Devin Achane. You could say that one and it depending on. Oh yeah, I'm a full Calcaterra, bro. Crutches. I am. Let's hear. Let's go. It won't be all the way updated. I bet Calcaterra's on my first page. He's not on my first page. Okay. How often do I have calc? 18.1%. That feels about right. More Calcaterra than Barkley. Yeah. So he said it the other way. He said it's A-Chain. No, you guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. He said it's A-Chain. He said it was A-Chain. All right, we're about to fact check. Interesting. So Sidekick's giving me a little bit of mixing there. It's wanting me to take Gibbs. I'm not going to. Okay. All right. How to pronounce Devin A-Chain. As ESPN's Adam Schefter noted, his name was listed in the team's pronunciation guide as A-Chain. But according to Devin himself, it's A-Chan. Here's the deal, dude. A-Chan is not half as fucking cool as A-Chain. What's my exposure for season long? 30%? I had 38% Xavier Worthy. Related, I also didn't have a very good season. So you tell me if you think that's good or bad, Bubba Trailer. Just managed to draft a Lions Onslaught. Gibbs, Amon Ra, wow. Well, like you probably. By the way, these starts are unbelievable. I'm gonna take AJ Brown, so I'm gonna give an absolute gift. Look, this dude's about to be able to start Lamar, Amon Ra St Brown, because of how thirsty the quarterback room. Everyone's so thirsty for the quarterbacks now. Yeah. If the Lions lose this next week, this team is like super nutted. Yes, Worthy is somehow probably going to be less expensive this year than he was. Like, he's going to be less expensive, I think, in Best Ball Mania 6 than he was in Best Ball Mania 5, despite having 9 touchdowns. Yes. 2025 draft prospect content is going to begin next week. Actually, probably this week. I will probably, I'm not even going to say probably, 100% tomorrow, my first run of rookie rankings will be out on patreon.com/Davis Mattek. Now, we got AJ Brown. Do we try and do Chiefs? Yeah, I think we do Chiefs. I'm not doing any scrambles because I don't just want to download the ETR rankings, and I have not done enough research into the schedule to create an edge. Let me tell you guys, if you are trying to do an edge, I don't know when the contest locks. I think it's very soon. I think it's literally tomorrow. If you want to generate an edge in this contest, here's what you do. You look at the guys who are ranked between 50th and 90th in the world, and you predict who is going to play well enough to get into the signature events, but not so well that they don't have to play in the side events. Yeah, I'll just tell you that is your edge in the scramble. I don't have enough time. I don't have enough initiative. I don't have enough belief in myself. Oh shit, I kind of would have liked. I'm gonna take Khalil Shakir. Why does it not want me to take Khalil Shakir? I can't understand why it doesn't want me to take Shakir at all here. I guess because the Chiefs and the Bills are so likely to knock each other out. Sack, Mr. Religious, if you're here, can you tell me why it did not want me to take Shakir? I mean, I think if you're drafting straight off any projection, I think even J-Max picks, which were very good last year, I think you you're probably still dead. I mean, I think this is fine. Like Pat is gonna have way more of an edge in knowing who's playing what, who's playing where, who's like Pat probably actually, it's funny because like Pat probably wouldn't have an edge. We think the Bills are not as good now. And yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. There we go. Good answer. Good answer. It's going to end up not costing me anything because I'm going to be able to just snap Kyron and then get Hunter Pacheco later. But I think this is a good way to think about it. It's more about having 6 players. Yes. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Eric Cole is a first-round pick. It's all grinders. I mean, here's my take on the scramble. I didn't play any of it. I'm with you. I think the Ravens are going to beat the Bills. Don't tell Liam, but I actually think that is fairly likely. I think they should add some kind of finishing points so that winning a hard tournament balances out with finishing 47th at the Mexico Open. You'd have to do some more back testing and stuff to figure all that out. But that is currently an opinion that I hold. All right, I think I might have made a little bit of a mess of this one. This is going to be a Gainwell Calcaterra-ass team. Maybe. I'm of course open to it. The thing here, I'll say this is my general plan. General plan with the regular season over. I'm going to try and do as much football content as I can. I'm going to try some Dynasty stuff. I'm going to stream the best board. I'm going to stream the BRs. I'm going to stream the Primetime Paloozas when we get to the playoffs. If that content is just not doing anything, like if a Primetime Palooza video for the divisional round is getting 100 or like 800 views, probably doesn't make sense to just put my head in the sand and keep doing it. So if that happens, then it'll kind of be anything goes. Baseball, golf, basketball. I've had the unabated guys, their team is pretty small, so it's kind of hard to pin them down on something. And obviously, like, I'm always on camera, so it's hard to sit down for a call too. But I think there's a plan for me to be doing some NBA BR streams using some of their data. Like they have like NBA BR stuff up on unabated. And so that would kind of be one of the things that could be coming as we get into the new year. And I mean, like, look, like the fucking big board's going to be open in 2 weeks. I think as of right now, it's very easy to say on January 1st. But I believe as of right now, I'm going to try and stream every big board. I'm going to try. Not going to guarantee it. I'm not going to promise it. This is not going to be like me being like Neil Orfield or Pete. Okay, I'm not going to take Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt, I think, would be an unforced error here. Gainwell is much more important. Does unabated do golf? So all unabated has for golf is the odds screen. So like if you just have the base unabated subscription, you can do the odds shopping for golf. So you could just be like, oh, who has the best price on whoever, who has the best price on Sung Jam or Ludwig. Honestly, I have not heard. I really do not know. What is the latest on... Yes, the Eagles have opened Dallas Goedert's 21-day practice window. So he might not play in the wild card round, but he will at least be back by the Super Bowl. So I could probably chill out on taking Calcaterra for a while. He says as he's about to take Grant Calcaterra in this draft. Dude, what if 20% Grant Calcaterra was what you needed to win the Little Mitten Returns 3? Gotta be honest, I pondered it. Well, no, we're just gonna take well, boy, do I have news for you. Rufus has been on my podcast twice, brother. Wow. Running real thin here down to Matt Collins. Rufus Peabody, Take Cast. I mean, he was on like a long time ago. Episode 59 and episode 160 of the Take Cast. Rufus was on. I don't even know where you find. I don't know how far you can search back, but here you go. If you just search that link far enough back, you will find it. Episode 59, episode 160. I think Rufus was on. And it's all like evergreen style stuff. It's not like, who do you like this week at the Canadian Open? I have mini plans of this, of insulting the position of pro athlete. Yes. Yeah. Mini. I have a lot of plans for this. All right. Should we take, all right, let's diversify. We're at 81% Calcaterra. Let's get weird. Let's do a Dotson, right? Do we have enough advance points for round one? We've got Kyron. Yeah, we got a lot of advance points. We can eat this 0. The Mitten 2. Used to be in a fantasy league with Rufus. Look, here's the deal, man. I am a big fan of Rufus. Always have been. He gets a lot of shit in the gambling and DFS streets. Rufus is obviously much smarter and richer and more successful than me. But a lot of what Rufus talks about of liking doing content to like just create a relationship with people. This, Crutches, I don't even believe that you believe this. This is insane. Saquon sitting. This is possibly my most boomer take of 2025. But what the fuck, man? You're never going to be in this position again in your life. He also I'm going to take Josh Allen here with the 101. Barkley also sat early in some of these games. If you knew in the future that you were going to sit, I don't know. This is just me, man. I am such a self-driven person. I am such a person that is driven by accolades and external validation that it's hard for me to imagine being in the mental headspace to say this record doesn't matter to me. It's just hard for me to get there. But that's probably why I am streaming playoff best ball drafts on New Year's Eve instead of counting money on a yacht in a hot tub. It takes all different types, folks. This guy at 2, by the way, what's he cooking up? Took Derrick Henry at 2. This is like we got transported into drafts 3 weeks ago when running backs used to go at 2. Remember when Saquon used to be 101? You guys remember when Saquon used to be the 101 in playoff best ball drafts? And we were like, I don't know, we probably should take a quarterback. And now it's just all quarterbacks. Not to the point that it is bizarre that Mahomes, the Hurts guy, look at that shit. The Hurts guy took Mahomes. Patriot, where's easy? Where is easy DFS? Patriot 1776. Patriots 1776, just snapping off the double quarterback. Is double quarterback in playoff BR the same thing as starting your draft? Josh Allen and I take Devonta Smith here every time. I am fully Eagles pilled, and now I'm going to take James Cook. I just had to post this in the Deposit Kingdom. It's just too funny. The guy after me took Flowers. Wow. Yeah, Eckler back at practice. He's definitely on the playoff menu. Very bad for Brian Johnson, too. Yes. No, is taking 2 quarterbacks in playoff best ball the same thing as the guy who started your draft, Saquon Barkley and Jonathan Taylor? Who's Brian Johnson? What did I miss? Who's Brian Johnson? This is what we get. This is what we get. I would say Brian Johnson instead of Brian Robinson. Not ideal. Not ideal. I feel like forgetting like whatever I got last night, 5 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep. I am I'm surprisingly high functioning right now. I don't think any of these teams we've drafted have been dead yet. And I drafted a couple dead teams when I had the sidekick up and Karain was on the show with me. I wonder if the second the college football playoff starts, if like half the viewers are going to leave. I was supposed to be at the gym right now. I was supposed to be like, by the way, I did legitimately eat a huge breakfast. I had biscuits and gravy and a pancake this morning. I was like ready to lift weights. Man, this is a hot team. It wants me to take Hollywood instead of Addison. You're about to learn today, sidekick. You're about to learn today. Vikings believer. Skull. I definitely have dead teams. I definitely have Kansas City, Detroit. I always say KC, Detroit 1 seed. I've got a bunch of Minnesota to advance Kansas City teams in there for sure. Minnesota to advance Kansas City, Detroit specifically. In the way too early wild card, I don't even know why I looked at this the other day. I had 10% of Purdy in the way too early wild card. So 10% of my way too early wild card teams are just literally dead. Now that Brian Johnson, here's something interesting about that Brian Johnson. That Brian Johnson is not my brand of trying to live forever. Like, I'm very big on the never die, try and live forever, work out, optimize everything, take your vitamin D. But let me tell you what I don't like about that Brian Johnson, coolers. He doesn't eat meat. He's a vegan. He's a vegan, bro. That Brian Johnson can't do that. Can't be if you live forever, but you're eating spinach for your iron, just kill me. And his stuff is all I very much appreciate the scientific rigor through which he approaches trying to live forever. But I also am kind of the belief of like, I don't know, man, humans evolved to do some things that you're not doing. By the way, does anyone think that as of right now, it's Wednesday, January 1st, 11:46 a.m. Central Time? Do we think Soccer Dave has a guest lined up for the Swolecast members only? Because I bet he doesn't. Does anyone remember what the last draft was, by the way? I'm trying to remember for timestamps, and I can't remember at all. This team is fire. These Bills onslaughts are just too good. Kincaid, simple. I might like an NFC running back. Or actually an AFC running back would probably be fine. A J.K. Dobbins. How far would I have to scroll to get? I'd have to scroll pretty far for J.K. Dobbins. Might do it, though. Yeah, I'm going to. J.K. Dobbins, welcome to the team. I think something that I'm really getting from the sidekick yeah, that does make sense. Something I'm getting from the sidekick that it's you get this a lot when you start to dig into Sims. Brian has mentioned this on the BR Sim show. There will be things that are very clear in the data that seem very unusual to players who have played a lot of the game. And one of the things that I consistently see is wanting to take Chiefs players with Ravens players or with Bills players, which makes no sense when you're thinking about, I just want to get to the Super Bowl. But what actually makes sense is you realize, yeah, Kansas City's just very likely to be advance rate pieces to get you to the Super Bowl because they are far and away in the entire NFL the team with the best conference championship odds. So just having the divisional round and the conference championship points from Chiefs players is very inherently valuable in the tool. Which I think is fair. All right. Josh Allen, James Cook, J.K. Dobbins, Devonta Smith, Khalil Shakir, Jordan Addison, Dalton Kincaid. Wow. That's drafted 2 a.m. on New Year's Eve, and you're gonna get loads of CLV. Have any of you been in a playoff best ball draft that has been canceled? Have any of you been in a playoff best ball draft that you got the email from Underdog and they said, we canceled your draft? I think I'm over 400 drafts in, and I've got no cancellations, none. I've gotten them on DraftKings, and the reason why you get them on DraftKings is because if someone auto drafts, they are not eligible for the prize money. I don't believe they email, but if someone auto drafts, the way DraftKings has it written in their terms and conditions, if there's an auto drafter, if they don't have rankings and all they do is just enter and then they forget about it, that draft is thrown out because the auto drafted team is not eligible for the prize money. I believe that is their workaround for automation. I think that is their workaround for automated tools or whatever. And the only reason I know that is because I entered a $5 one the other day and I forgot about it, and it's just sitting in my upcoming contests, and it won't go away and it won't cancel. It just sits there until the slate locks. So I literally just have to sit there and look at this GD eyesore the whole day. But yeah, so that is why you'll get some canceled on DraftKings. Yeah, exactly. Imagine advancing a dog shit wildcard round team because 2 teams autoed. So I think that's how they used to do it, Dylan. I'm pretty sure now they toss the whole draft. Don't quote me on that, but I think they changed how they do it. Okay. Well, I mean, hey man, what do I know? That's interesting then, because that was not my thought before. Cam Akers would be good on this team. Is Akers still available? Cam Akers is still available. Cam Akers, baby. Come on down. Did I get him? Oh, when you're the last pick of the draft, it does that. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, isn't that says everything you need to know about the AFC? The Bengals are very unlikely to make the playoffs, but the fourth most likely AFC Super Bowl team. And I agree with that. I mean, I think that is directionally accurate. Mark doesn't think the Chiefs have it this year. The Ravens and the Bills are both better teams. You know, Mark, I think those are famous last words, brother. Don't give me, not like I'm saying, 100% probability that the Chiefs win the Super Bowl or whatever, but I'd be awful cautious, especially now that it looks like the Chiefs remembered how to score points. By the way, greatest troll ever would be the Chiefs scoring 30 for the first time all year with Carson Wentz and Nico Remigio. All right. We got the 1-2 here. Wonder what the analytics will say about this video. Top 3 best ball players in the game. Herzig, Leone, I think Herzig is like pretty clearly the best. Leone, I think, is very, very good. I'm going to take Lamar here. Actually, you know what? I kind of think it's Hurts. You guys don't want me to say Chess Liam, but he's pretty fucking good. I disagree with a lot of Liam's inputs in terms of the things he values. Like, Liam values things like individual defensive matchups in week 17 and things like that I'm like, I think that is just insane. I don't know who I would say the third is. I think Liam has enough holes in his game, but he's done very well in finals. He has good ideas about the schedule. I think one is definitely Herzig, though, right? I mean, is there even an argument that it's not Herzig? Herzig has won Best Ball Mania. He's done really well on DK. He's made the Best Ball Mania finals every year. I believe he has advanced above average teams to the first. I'm gonna do Devonta again. They can't stop me. Oh, I thought that was Jahmyr Gibbs for a second. Yeah, look, you can not like Herzig all you want. I for one enjoy talking to Justin. He's not for everyone, same way I'm not for everyone, but I think he's clearly the 101. I think Sacrilegious is very good. Doesn't have as much of the high-end success, but I think I like the way Sack talks about and thinks about the game. I think this is the third time today I've already done this start, but we're going to keep doing it. Yeah, I mean, look, like a lot of people who are just thinking deeply about the game are going to have big advantages. Yes, yeah, I think Sack is definitely the best at defining the rules of the game. I don't know. I think there is certainly an element of ball knowing. that can really help you in best ball. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I mean, like, I think, don't get me wrong. I think I'm probably pretty good at best ball. Am I ever going to realize the edge? I mean, who knows? So I think Dan Zach is pretty interesting. Dan Zach is pretty interesting because I would need to know more about the sim stuff he's running. Like, not only is it's pretty dangerous to run and then use sim-based stuff if something's wrong in your sim, whether it be your field sim or your inputs. It's pretty dangerous. And again, like, I think there's like some pretty severe, pretty real value in best ball to knowing things about football, to knowing what is likely to happen in a given football season, what could change, what teams are ascending, what teams are descending, what teams have blowout risk, what teams have breakout risk, that are things that are just like a zero ball knower, really unlikely to pick up on something like Puka Nacua. Really, really unlikely. Like, almost impossible, actually. Does this guy to my left have any reason to take a Raven? No, he doesn't. Take Kyron. So I think, and not like I know Dan personally. Actually, he did just message me the other day. But like, I would have a hard time saying Dan is one of the 5 best players or whatever when I don't know how much I respect his knowledge of like football. So like, a reason why I would feel comfortable saying like Leone and Herzig are really high up there is because I think they know a lot about football too, and like how football distributions are likely to work. And I think you have to know that to be pretty good at best ball. I think Smiz is smart. I don't think Smiz is particularly good at best ball, to be honest. I've not to say that he's bad. Not to say that he's a bad best ball player, but I wouldn't say I think he's like one of the greatest. Hey, Smiz, not for everyone. I've known Al for a long time. Al was very kind to me. Very, very good to me when I was like first starting out in the industry. How do the payouts work for the Little Mitten? Do you only earn money if you make it to round 3? I honestly have no idea. Is that how it works? No, you should get you get $3 back for advancing. Yeah, it's totally that's totally possible, Harbs. I just don't know. I just don't know Dan that well. I was pretty impressed talking with him when he came on the Takecast. Shit. Lost Bateman. Yeah, he might be really sharp. I don't know. Pete is definitely very good at best ball. I think he might run a little too conservatively, but again, I think you look at my season and how bad it was, and pretty evident why you would just not want to suck. You really open yourself up to just getting hoisted when you draft poorly, and then so on top of that, you draft poorly and you run bad. Pretty hard to win. So P is just kind of insulated from a year where he's got bad takes. Like if P could have the worst takes on earth and it would only kill like half his teams and maybe the other half of his teams would be live. No, I would say, well, synthesizing information is an incredibly good skill. If you're going to be a fantasy sports player, particularly a high volume fantasy sports player, synthesizing information is like maybe even like a top 3 skill that you could have. I mean, P is just very smart. Like to be like as funny as Peter is, you have to be very smart. I think Crutches said it. I think this is probably the answer. I think it's Leone and Herzig, and I don't think there is another player out there that I would say is I couldn't just say like, oh, this guy's definitely third for anyone really. But I would say Leone and Herzig are likely 1 and 2. If you made me say a third right now, I really might say Liam, which like obviously no one tell him that. I would never say that to Liam's face ever. I promise you that. Crane I also think is very good. Like Crane and Gretsch are the 2 people I like listen to talk about football. Crane, like if I want to like know like what's happening in the league, who's doing what, who's getting what stats, who's likely to get more stats in the future, why are they likely to do so? Oh yeah, Sean too. Sean, Gretsch, Crane, and Jacob are like the people I read and listen to. Feels like this team needs another running back. It doesn't. They want me to take Cup. Why do you want me to? I think Vimefor is a pretty good player. I just am not. I just honestly don't know a ton about Spags, to be honest. Can't say I know a ton to say one way or the other. I don't think TJ's coming back. TJ got a job outside of the fantasy industry. Don't know if he's coming back or not. What do you trade meme coins? Do you have to stay at the bottom end of the bell curve? Are you a meme coin trader? I don't think I'm not. The thing is, I'm not good enough at math to be a top 5 player. I don't think I know. I am much better at seasonal fantasy at managed leagues than I am at best ball. Like much better. That is the version of the game that I am best at. Not today, Big Sunny 602. I'll be streaming BRs tomorrow. 10:30 a.m. Central Time, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time with Nerdy Tenor and Brian Hooper tomorrow. All right. Lamar Jackson, Kyron Williams, Justice Hill, Devonta Smith, Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, Dallas Goedert, Ladd McConkey, Cooper Kupp. It was pretty light at running back. Yeah. Which I think it's funny. Sidekick kind of picked up on that in a way. Although my Baltimore stuff, well, actually, I think another Baltimore piece is better. Baltimore piece gives me full Super Bowl, regardless of matchup. You guys ready to learn Charlie Kolar? Bang. about to be the leading drafter of Charlie Kolar. I don't think that's short. I mean, I also just think Texas is gonna lay the wood on Arizona State. So that is feeding. I have Quinn Ewers in DFS today. Maybe the first time all year I played Quinn Ewers. All right, we got the 1-3. So we did Ravens last time. This is actually a very interesting question. Where will Quinn Ewers be playing football next year? Because Arch probably wants to play, right? Arch is probably done being the backup. You'd almost have to think. I could see UNC. You know what? Stay woke. Stay woke, baby. Well, what about Arch? Arch, I heard, almost went to Georgia. He could always transfer there if Carson Beck is going to be injured. I could see that. Although, I tell you what, maybe a controversial opinion. I don't really think the Belichick thing in UNC is going to go all that well. Hot take, but I just can't imagine being these kids. Like, imagine being a 17-year-old kid right now. What do you even know about Bill Belichick? What do you even know about Bill Belichick? By the way, this is not even that sick of a start. This is just going to be a very basic start. I'm going to do Mahomes Jefferson, which is a start you can get anywhere, really. Yeah, and Ewers is going to get a bag, whatever. You know, not that big of a deal. Exactly. You think that's what I'm saying, man. You just imagine, like, you guys, exactly. I'm saying, bro. That is fully my opinion. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm taking Devonta Smith here, bro. Stay woke. Mahomes, Jefferson, Devonta, that is a hot start. I think Oregon wins. And I think Notre Dame wins. So Purple Yoshi, I disagree with this idea. He said, I don't think any simmer calculation will be as useful for best ball as people think. I disagree. What I agree, the point you are getting at, I agree with, which is that it's just going to be very hard to get there because the amount of calculations you would need, the amount of sims you need to run. I mean, think about it. Think about how hard it is to get a good sim for one DFS slate. Think about running that for all 17 games. It's just a huge undertaking. Massive undertaking. And I really don't think it'll be publicly available. Yes. Yeah. There's just so much you need to project. And I think the projections would probably mostly be bad. I mean, you guys use the solver for a weekend when their projections are nowhere close to the actuals, and look how bad and or good your shit is. You're gonna be feeling like a chump, brother. You won't project it like a DFS slate, but I'm telling you, this is a possible thing. We sent a man to the moon. We have the Large Hadron Collider. You know, we mathematicians have solved infinity. I'm telling you guys, like, a best ball sim is completely possible. There's never been anything more possible in the world. Doesn't mean it's going to be good. Yeah. Smart humans can solve hard problems. The thing is it's like, it's an incentives, as Brian would say. We're going to do Chargers as our second team. Yeah. Well, it can be, the thing is something can be theoretically good and never convey money in real life. Like, you could have had the best 150 lineups, the best 150 expected value lineups in Best Ball Mania 5 and lost money. You know? It's just the way it goes. It's the way she goes, baby. Nothing you can do. Nothing I can do. You know? Is what it is. But it will be solved. Yes. So Yoshi is saying, think about how many assumptions go in a single DFS slate. It's 17 orders of a magnitude higher. It's the assumptions before the calculations, not the number of the assumptions. Well, they might have. What if you would have built that into your stuff? Yeah, this is kind of missing the point. God, would this sim have told you Rice was going to get hurt? Like, no, it wouldn't have told you he was going to get hurt. It also wouldn't have told you Saquon Barkley would have ran for 2,000 yards like that. It's not exactly what a sim does. You know? Yes, this is a very good point from Mr. Harb. Some things you can do are not as hard as you guys assume. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Hardcore. Yes, of course. Like, I don't think best ball is a quote unquote. Well, I think I said this on. Did I say this on Swolecast? I don't remember. I said it somewhere. But best ball is like no limit hold'em, where like you can know the correct thing and you can do the correct thing, and you can still lose all the time. You know, you can take the worst of it often, you know, and still win. The variance is cranked to 11, higher than 11. The variance is insanely high. But the things that we can solve for are knowing, like, oh, what is the value? What is the value of a week 17 correlation? Put that in a dollar value. Hawkinson, huh? I don't think so. I think I want an Eagle. Do I want Calc? No, we'll take Hawkinson. Like, here are some things. Saquon didn't score any points, man. Saquon did not score. Like, he scored like 19 points a game in the fantasy playoffs. He's bad. So here are some things that a sim could solve for. When should you reach for a quarterback? What's the value there? When should you reach for your stack? What's the dollar value there? Knowing if your opponents are making a mistake or not making a mistake by sniping you, which would then lead to knowing what you should do at the 9-10 turn. What's the dollar value of a week 15 correlation? What's the dollar value of a week 16 correlation? What's the dollar value of a week 17 correlation? Those are some things that even with all the variants and all the yada yada, whatever, can still help you draft better best ball teams. Best ball teams that are worth more money. Yes, yeah. So JT was a very low advance rate guy. That would be if someone chose not to use tools or sims, that would make them a bad player. That would just make them someone who's not interested in making any money in best ball. I would view poorly someone who chose to play without tools or whatever. Okay. All right. It took 3 hours and 16 minutes into the stream, but I did draft a dead team. This team is terrible. Really bad. Not sure what I was going for here. Can I even field? I can field a Chiefs Vikings Super Bowl just barely. This is really bad. So shout out to me, man. 3 hours, 17 minutes into the stream. Put it in the timestamps producer. We drafted a dead team. Oh, you've had one canceled on Underdog or on DraftKings. Oh shit. Idiot, Davis, you're a fucking idiot. All right, GG's. Just auto drafted David Montgomery for no reason because I was reading a comment. Benjua 18. I actually felt good seeing the BBM team that was in first after Sunday because it was like a team I drafted a bunch of times. I didn't make any finals, so I feel a variance, but it's good to know I had an idea that worked in general. I mean, I don't really feel that dissimilarly. Here you go. This is a great example of something that a sim could answer for you. So if we had this 17-week sim, god damn, Austin, this is a great question because I don't know the answer. If we had this 17-week sim, so we had these actuals, these projections, these games, this play-by-play data, these injuries, we knew everything. We fed all of this into a computer. And then we went back and we drafted Best Ball Mania 5. Do you think JT would have been the better pick than Saquon Barkley? And I am assuming that I'm assuming it's JT by a bit. No, he's clearly not. He is clearly not the 101 without question. No, it's just that's not how it works. He had such terrible. He had many zeros, and a bunch of he had multiple 5-point games. Week 17 is all that matters, but you've got to get there. Yes, I think JT better pick than Saquon seems likely, but not 100%. And the other thing is, Yeah, so he did smash in week 16. Barkley also had a good week 16. Not like a giga mega super smash. But like I said, the fact, I mean, and again, we are mostly doing astrology here. Like, right? Like what, well, first off, you could win first without him. I'm sure there are permutations of players that could have outscored that roster. I feel relatively confident in that. I guess I don't know. I'd have to go back and like do all the math or whatever. JT was going before. Yeah, JT was going before Barkley this year. Anyway, they might. I don't know. The thing I promise you guys is that I promise you that my mental math and your mental math is not good enough to know the answer for sure, without a doubt. Or even in the correct distribution. It's just really interesting that, wow, Mahomes and Goff are still on the board, huh? We're going to go Devonta Smith. And I've not taken a Packer yet all day. So let's smooth our edge here a little bit. We'll do Packers Eagles. So the thing that I promise you guys is that me guessing, you guessing, even if you guys are really smart, even if you guys are like 160 IQ and you know all the math and you're really familiar with Sims and you're really familiar with drafting and you have read books on game theory and you're really smart, I promise you guys that you are not going to be able to guess with anything approximating 100% accuracy what a good, rigorous sim would tell you. Promise you. Eagles Chiefs is for sure the most common Super Bowl I find myself falling back on. Eagles Chiefs. For sure. Ravens Eagles. Eagles Chiefs, Ravens Eagles. Yeah. I do a lot of, if I start NFC heavy early, I backfill with Bills players, like almost all Bills players. No, I think Barkley's he's so like JT's actually worse in home leagues. Because the zeros hurt quite a bit. Zeros hurt in best ball too. There's also a greater penalty because the playoffs start earlier in home leagues sometimes, like FFPC. Yeah, honestly, your team in these playoff best ball contests is really determined by playoff ordering. Yes, yeah. Ty Johnson, Ray Davis, Dawson Knox, Mac Hollins. Let me tell you, if Mac Hollins has 80 yards and a touchdown in week 1, Cooper, Kincaid. Yes. That's not exactly what it means, Johnny. You can tell 5 drafters, the highest scoring players in weeks 15 through 16, and most likely none of them make it to the finals. Therefore, yes, Sims can be creative for best ball, but it can't be solved. So solved games still have variance, though. Even if the correct mathematical decision can be made at every decision point, there is still variance in every game. Yeah, Naylor's kind of a secret play. If the Bengals make the playoffs, what do you anticipate their guys going? Oh, Jesus Christ. You want to talk about something that would boy, wouldn't that just really put the cherry on the top of this year? If the Bengals made the play, I think I literally have taken a Bengals player 0 time. Yeah. Look, I mean, Carson Wentz has to shock the world, but it certainly would not be the first or last time that he shocked the world. Yeah, Nick Sutton team super dead. I wonder if I've taken a Bengal a single time. After I make this turn pick, AK suited. AK suited. What a great name. All right, we're going to do Goddard. And I would have liked to have taken Bucky Irving on this team. You know what? I'm going to take Jaden Reed. I don't think maybe Miami has to lose. I don't know. What's a better value? Bengals at current ADP, but unknown if they make the playoffs, or at their ADP if they clinch. Honestly, to me, their ADP if they clinch. Because right now, your expected value of a Bengals team is like your entry is $5 and a mitten. The expected value of your Bengals team right now is like, I don't know. I'd need my boy Nerdy Tanner to run this one for me, but it'd be like $2 because you just drafted teams with such low Super Bowl equity, such low playoff equity. Like your just projected points is so low. What do you mean? What do you mean way more than slightly higher? Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, Johnny, I'm sorry. You are wrong about this, and Harbs is right. Just because something doesn't happen in real life, the way things actually play out, doesn't mean that it was not true in projection and in theory. It's just not. Real life is not always the most probable thing does not always happen. Like, for example, hold on, what does it want me to take after take Ty Johnson? Still Hopkins, huh? I'd rather take J.K. Dobbins. Playoff meatball. Not really, because the players one need to advance may be completely different than those seen in the playoffs and the finals. Yes. So, like, again, you could then factor that into your strategy. Let me put it this way. The most likely thing on a given Sunday is that I'm going to order Chipotle. You can forecast that with like an 85% certainty that I'm going to order Chipotle on Sunday, that I'm going to eat a Chipotle burrito bowl on Sunday. You can project that really high degree of accuracy. But some Sundays, I'm not going to eat it. And there could be a million reasons for that. I'm not hungry. I feel sick. My wife needs help with something. My father-in-law wants to go to whatever it is. A million reasons that you could come up with for it. Doesn't mean that at 10 a.m., the most likely thing, you couldn't say, like, oh, Davis is going to have Chipotle for lunch. Both things are true. It was most likely that I was going to have Chipotle for lunch, but I didn't. both things are true. I think it's still probably Barkley the 101 if you run it with the actuals, but I don't know. I already ate it 6 times. That's very possible. My resolution should be to see how many burrito bowls you can eat in a year and then try and beat that record. That'd be could eat a lot of burrito bowls. The thing is my wife, who's very patient and kind of lets me do whatever I want whenever I want, does get sick of eating Chipotle. She is not a fucking finance bro who listens to Andrew Huberman podcasts and weighs out her protein. So she's like, just like enough of the Chipotle, dude. We can cook. And I'm like, yeah, but Chipotle. Well, and then you get into like now we're into a Schrodinger's cat situation where now we're like, okay, well, like, are we changing the experiment based on observing the actuals? And I don't know how helpful any of that is. I think this is reasonable. I think it's reasonable. Yeah. Do I take another bill? Yeah, I do. Ricky, Chipotle is not terrible, but it's not Mexican food. Like, if I want really good Mexican food, I will go to a taqueria or I will go to somewhere like more authentic. Like, it's like Chipotle is basically just McDonald's, just like with a slightly different vibe to it. But it's like I don't even think of it as Mexican food, really. Like, if I'm getting Mexican food, I'm not going, like, if I'm like, oh, dude, I really need, like, I need some spice. I want some mole, or I want some tacos al pastor, like, or something like that. Like, I'm not going to Chipotle. I'm going to go to, if we start insulting how I say, I can't even speak words properly in English. If we start insulting how I say words in another language, we are going to be here all day, Rusty, all day. It's not, no, it's this is wrong. This, Ricky, and I know you know it's wrong. I know that you are just being a contrarian right now. You don't even really believe this. Chipotle is above fine for what it is. Above fine for what it is. Yes, it makes you feel better about yourself when you want to eat fast food. It's quick. It's like very good macros, like very good macronutrients for something that you can get quick. It's cooked in the store. We'll do Lamar again. McDonald's did not start Chipotle, but they bought Chipotle. Yeah. We don't have this. I don't believe. I'm waiting for us to get a cava, which is just like a Mediterranean version of Chipotle. Like slightly different, basically just slightly different seasonings on the rice and the meat. I didn't take as many Packers on that last team as I thought. You guys know that you guys might all be too young in the DFS streets to remember Kyle Cannon, K Cannon DFS. He is a part owner of Kava. Maybe not part owner, big shareholder. What would my second choice be? Oh, do you guys see who's in this? Patrick Barnes YouTube. Patrick Barnes YouTube. My old nemesis. Patrick Barnes YouTube is back. I mean, look at these starts, dude. Lamar St. Brown is crazy. That's you should really not be able to start like this. Yeah, welcome to my YouTube channel, Will. There's a lot of half-baked math being floated around by all parties. I'm guilty of it. Lord knows the chat is guilty of it. No one's safe from the shitty math. And that's just how we like it. But it really is insane that you can get Amon Ra St. Brown with Lamar Jackson. Man, you can get Zay Flowers. You know what? I think we took Zay Flowers every time with Lamar. Let's double up. Let's do Devonta now. No scrambles, bro. No scrambles for me, Mr. Neighborhood. It's gotta be Disley. Stone Smart has been a Charger forever. He's a converted quarterback from Old Dominion. I just think he was fine to be pressed into service. Yeah, every start is kind of crazy because of the quarterbacks. When you have to start when the first 5 picks are quarterbacks. By the way, DC boy 55-65. Let's see if he lands the plane as well as I did earlier. It's such a Wittgenstein would actually Wittgenstein would be fascinated by best ball touts, fantasy football touts in general, where talking about what you're doing then shapes what you do, then what you do shapes what you talk about. He would have been big on that. Or maybe I just think that because I want him to be fascinated by what I do. But Pacheco, huh? No, we're gonna do Laporta. I don't think Stone Smart is that type of breakout guy. Wow. Adrian, a short king hat. Send me a message on are you in? Send me a message on Discord or Twitter, brother. All right. Yes. Look, I get it. I get what you're saying conceptually. But Ricky, when I say Chipotle, you know I don't want Mexican food. No one thinks of, I don't think that anyone really thinks of Chipotle as Mexican food, is the subtext of this. I think they think of it as fast food. I think they think of it as getting a healthy hamburger. Discord is basically just like we all hang out and we chat ball. Chad is at the Peach Bowl right now, posting about watching Arizona State, Texas. Chad's in the suite right now. Yeah, Chipotle. There you go. I knew I wouldn't be alone. Yeah, gotta take Justice Hill, or this team is just dead. I knew there's always going to be someone who has my back. What do we got? Has anyone scored yet? Oh. No Texas rushing. No Texas rushing statistics. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be honest. That's pretty bad for Contravian Wisner. That is not great for Quintravian Wisner, 19.5 fantasy points. Probably good for the Ryan Wingo touchdown under, though. Unless Ryan Wingo was the guy who returned the punt. Unless Underdog only scores it. Is there a chance that Underdog scores rushing and receiving as it doesn't count? That was Silas Bolden anyways. Okay. Playoff Best Ball is great because you can say if I don't have Justice Hill, the team is dead and be 100% correct. Good script. True. Keaton Mitchell is the... Yes, that's so true. I would maybe even say he's the Cleef Raymond of Justice Hills, but yes. Fill it up, brother. I put Chipotle on a pedestal for two reasons. The first being it is the best macronutrient fast food that you can find. And the other being it's like literally so close to my house that I can order it and be there and get it in seconds. All right. I have found myself in a real pickle of a dilly here. I've kind of ham-fisted this one. Yeah, this is, oof. Oof. I honestly have no idea. Does anyone have any idea what kind of points are needed in the second round? That's just not how, I just don't play the contest that way. I just think of the contest as getting 5 guys to the Super Bowl and having 5 guys live in the wild card round. There's no way Noah Gray is right for this team. We are just so dead for points. Cannot possibly be true. I need an eagle. Jahan Dotson, 3rd straight 0 catch game. Okay, well, that's not what I need, bro. Do not need a Wingo to... I just thought he wouldn't be playing. They opened a Chipotle 0.2 miles from the neighborhood's house. Yeah, it is over for you. What does our nemesis have? What does Patrick Barnes YouTube have? Patrick Barnes YouTube has Mahomes with Barkley, Kyron, and Montgomery, Worthy, Puka, Hopkins, Cooper Kupp, Noah Gray. Pretty good team. Pretty good team, Patrick Barnes YouTube. We'll let you ride. I guess this team is not as bad as I thought. It just only really has one good Super Bowl, which is Baltimore. Yes, I will be doing BR this week. I'll be doing the video with Nerdy Tenor and Brian Hooper tomorrow. I hope to have a much better sense of the pool by tomorrow. I hope to basically have a good sense of who's playing, what they're playing for, what matters, what doesn't matter. Maybe we'll only do I'm going to do Tylan Wallace on this one. I don't have very much in. I probably have more Walker. I know. BR during cash week. SMH. Yeah, brutal. Brutal. That's why normally I draft BRs really early, but I did not this week. That's not really the point, man. It's not really the point. I trust me, you want Nerdy Tenor telling you what to do in games he doesn't play. You don't want Dan's advice on games you do play, because if he's talking to you, if Dan is talking to you about a game that he does play, he's just not going to give you all the secret sauce. But if he's talking about a game he doesn't really play, just kind of plays it for fun, he'll give you all the answers. So I personally would rather talk to Dan about a game he doesn't really care if he wins or loses. All right, let's try and do the better AFC mega stack this time. We'll take Josh. Yeah, will he even be at home? I have not met Osmo. I think I've only ever even done one show with Mr. Osmo. Man. Cam Scatabo. Cam Scatabo is going to be a favorite of the slappies in big board season, I feel. Yeah, Bucks and Chargers. Although the Chargers are not even particularly backdoor anymore. It's kind of more the Texans. How many subscribers we up to? 6,000, 2,500? Anything weird in the first round here? Nope. The Gibbs drafter gets screwed. Yes, yeah. Scatabo is going to be a big... And by the way, I told them in fucking February that Jalen McMillan was going to be the ship-chasing slap guy. You love it. If the players you need in the playoffs are drafted in 2, 5, and 9, but the players needed to advance are also in those same 3 rounds, wouldn't they almost cancel each other out? Well, first off, let me take James Cook, and let me select Devonta Smith. I mean, I think I might like Shadur a little bit more than Cam Ward. Again, a potentially unpopular opinion. But neither of them are very good, I don't think. Like, neither of them, I think they're more Bo Nixie, Michael Penixy style prospects than Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, Drake May style prospects. I'm trying to think of a really good landing spot. Is there a really good landing spot? Where could a quarterback come in and just do well right away? Not Tennessee, not the Giants, not the Jets, not the Raiders, not New Orleans. I don't know. Yeah, I try and really not do this. I'm not all that surprised that LR is not entering the draft. I'm I don't think he's very good. Yeah, Giants, you have neighbors. But you just have a total the thing you hate is with just totally in like everyone's incompetent. You know what I'm saying? Everyone is incompetent with the Giants. The front office, incompetent. The owner, incompetent. The coach, varying degrees of incompetent. The offensive line, horrible. You do have neighbors. You do have Wandale, so like you have like your PPR slot guy. You got Tyrone Tracy. There's like some, I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad. And maybe we just think it's bad because the quarterback play has been so bad, and that kind of just makes everything seem worse. That's the thing, is like quarterback play can be so bad that it colors our impression of a whole organization, just like a whole ass group. You're just like, well, these dudes are terrible. All right. Shakir. Oh, screw it, man. Let's take Puka. Rams is our second NFC team. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I wonder. If McCarthy leaves, what round does Darnold? I mean, earlier than you're comfortable with, for sure. Happy 2025, James. How do you feel? How do you feel that Saquon's not going for the rushing record, boss? How do you feel about that? Yeah, if Darnold leaves, where does McCarthy go in the drafts? I mean, he could go like kind of like where Dak goes, like round 9, round 10 or something. Something like that. That feels right. Wow, Quantum Info. Quantum Info's gifting Membies over on Twitch. I don't know if I get a notification for that, bro. Beautiful stuff, man. Love my Twitch boys. If Darnold's I think the Raiders should trade for him, in my opinion. Custom emote season. Yeah. It's gross. It's not rainy or anything out here, right? Well, at least it wasn't when I started this 4 hours ago. Who knows if the sun is up right now? All right, give me Kincaid. And I'd like some running back points. I don't yet, but I am going to. I think I'm gonna get an Elgato and start streaming NCAA 25. Well, I guess I'm gonna get Cooper. I couldn't decide. Sometimes you can't decide. Happy New Year, Kyle. Kyle shipped one of the $5 single entries on DraftKings for best ball season. Twitch chat's never been so lit. Wow, look at this, a new record. We unlocked a bunch of new emotes, the top conductor, the top. Wow, dude. Wow. Look at you guys. You guys are going nuts over there on Twitch. Yeah, I will be doing. How much does an Elgato cost? If it's less than $300 for the good one right now, I'm just gonna order it. for like the insane one. Yeah, I have a PlayStation 5. I don't play it all that often. But there we go. Thank you, Harbs. Good man. What does the really good Elgato cost? I'm not gonna be able to do this when I'm on air. I need the Stream Deck. You have how much did it cost, Yosh? Can write that off, right? Oh, here we go. I think I can gift a sub to the chat. No, never mind. Wow, Napster Man? My boy Napster Man. Oh, that felt good. That was fun. Thanks, guys. All right. Wants Hopkins? No, Ty Johnson is who this one needs. And okay. All right. I mean, really, I have all the stuff I need for streaming. I just need something to connect my PlayStation to my computer with no latency. I don't have another. Yeah, that was fine because I only have one AFC team represented. There you go. I've never played Valorant. I'm such not a millennial. I have zero experience with first-person shooters. None. I mean, I've played them, but I am awful. I was awful at Fortnite, awful at Call of Duty. Just so bad. Like, you guys could not, like, you guys think my fingers are not nimble drafting best ball teams? Oh, sick. That's really cool. I do have such the vibe. I mean, I just always played FIFA. Like, literally since 2016, that is all I've played. 2016 to 2024, I played 0 other video games. I didn't play Red Dead Redemption 2. I didn't play Fallout. I didn't play nothing but FIFA. One game a year. No, I never had Xbox. I was always a PlayStation guy. PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all I've ever had. Never had an Xbox. There you go. This is the thing. It's actually why I like sports video games the most, is because I can listen to podcasts. Yeah, see, I'm so far behind. I never even played Red Dead 2. Wow. You are a good man. I imagine if I start doing the video game stuff or whatever just over on Twitch, I know I owe them a bunch of money. Like a bunch of money. Yeah. That is just a weak running back room. But what are you going to do? Like, I think on Twitch, I believe they take 50% of everything. But, you know, it is what it is. It doesn't as of right now, it does not cost me anything extra to stream on Twitch and YouTube. Now, my assumption is that were my YouTube channel to get bigger, or were my Twitch stream to get bigger, someone from YouTube or from Twitch would be like, hey man, you can't do that. Because I believe from watching some FIFA guys back in the day, like they signed contracts. Like, I remember Some of them left to stream on Facebook. Like I believe Nepenthes left Twitch to stream on Facebook and then came back. I know like Nick 28T has a deal with Twitch. Oh, okay, there you go. Tons of big streamers do multi. All right. Now we're back. First it was so over, and now it's so back. I think we're pretty much at the ceiling for DFS content. I think DFS content probably continues to go down. We're not even close to the ceiling of best ball content. Like Ron Stewart's YouTube is 3 times bigger than Peter's. You know? It's like, dude, Peter's got a lot of room to grow. Fantasy Flock has 250,000 subscribers. Guy grinds. All right, guys. I did not plan on going that long, but I am gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go lift some weights. I'm gonna go get on the treadmill. I'm gonna live my truth. I hope you guys have yeah, dude, once Patrick Barnes starts doing the best ball content, it's over. It's over for us. I'm gonna go to the gym. Hope you guys have a great New Year's. I hope you all enjoy your 2025. And yeah, man. Bigger and better things. We're gonna keep grinding. Later, everybody.
It's Short King Summer, dude. It just feels like no one in fantasy sports ever learns anything. Does he mistime it, or is Brock Bowers just a grown man? Brock Bowers is just a grown man. Dare I say, Rich, football might be back. In the words of Lane Johnson, this offense looks constipated.